Chapter 612. Today, among the bustling pedestrians, a group of rough-looking men with short black hair and beards, barefooted, wearing red, short-sleeved coats and golden belts around their waists were rather eye-catching. One must know that with the rapid development of the kingdom of Dionia, even the poor Brudi and Lacanians had been freed from the terrible situation of cold and starvation. In the hinterland of the kingdom, the pedestrians had never seen such a tribe dressed so shabbily, and they looked a little unfamiliar, so the pedestrians around them were whispering to each other. Finally, a man on a horse came out from the herdsmen who were herding a herd of cattle and sheep in front of them. He came to the group of men in red and asked carefully in Greek, "May I ask if you are the Simonians?" A few of the men in red obviously understood what he said, but they did not answer immediately. Instead, they looked at the only man in the center wearing a short-sleeved white robe. The man in the white robe stepped forward and said in Greek, "We are the Simonians from Abenelum. What can I do for you, people of Potentia?" Although the people of Potentia looked the same as the Lucanians in other areas, it had been more than 10 years since the other Lucania municipality was merged into Dionia. Under the influence of Dionia's culture, religion, and customs, not only had their daily life begun to change, but even the newborn children's names had begun to have a Greek flavor. Only Potentia, which was the latest to join the kingdom of Dionia as a free city, still maintained the cultural customs of the Lucanians. However, if the people of Dionia could distinguish the difference, how could the Simonians, who rarely appeared in the territory of Dionia, be able to distinguish the difference so easily? Although the man on the horse had doubts in his heart, he did not rashly ask. Since the Southern War, the Simonians and Potentia had maintained peace for 10 years. One joined the kingdom of Dionia, and the other became an ally of Dionia. The peace would probably continue to be maintained. However, the man on the horse knew the temper of the Simonians, so he did not say anything more. He just smiled and said, "I'm just here to get to know each other so that we can take care of each other on the way to Turiai." After that, he solemnly performed the Simonian etiquette and rode away. When the other pedestrians learned that the group of men in red were Simonians, they did not feel too much panic despite the Simonians' notoriety. Instead, they avoided them because they were in the territory of Dionia. The powerful kingdom of Dionia had allowed its people, including its affiliated states, to enjoy 10 years of peace. No force dared to provoke its majesty. Even the mountain bandits were almost extinct in the territory. The traveler who sailed from Cateni to Lygium and passed northward through Magna Graecia, the mountains of Brudi, the mountains of Lucania, and finally to Campania, and slept in the open air for 10 or 20 days, would be safe from any danger but that of wild beasts, and would even be able to appeal to the Temple of Hades in any of the cities of Dionysia. Safety. This was the greatest benefit that Dionia gave to the people living in this land after it unified southern Italy. It was also the point that these people who often traveled and did business felt the most. Therefore, the only thing they needed to worry about when trekking in this mountainous area was the wild beasts in the mountains. However, in fact, this road had been crowded with people for years, and the wild beasts had also wisely stayed away. In recent years, there had been no news of wild beasts attacking people and livestock. In the following days, whenever it was time to rest, the man on the horse in front would take the initiative to chat with them. He would even warmly invite these Simonians to have a meal with him. The cured meat, jerky, and hot mutton soup could not be compared to the cold, coarse bread that the Simonians carried with them. The enthusiasm of the man on the horse finally dispelled the Simonians' vigilance. After getting along with them for 2 days, this group of pedestrians finally walked out of this mountainous area. "Chief Gurney will reach the mountain pass fortress after we pass the foot of the mountain," the man on the horse said excitedly. Gurney was the son of Vilan, the great chief of Hilpini, the former head of the 4 major Simonian tribes. 10 years ago, the Simonians invaded Potentia and suffered a crushing defeat. His father died in the chaos, and he was eventually captured by the people of Dionia and stayed in Potentia and Lucania municipality for nearly 2 years. Gurney looked ahead, a little lost in thought. He was familiar with the mountain pass in front because, before he was released to Simonia, he was brought to Turiai and stayed in the central city of the Kingdom of Dionia for several months. During this period, he was even received by the king of Devers, who had defeated them many times. At this moment, a complicated feeling arose in his heart. Gurney said loudly, "Hurry up, we're going out of the mountainous area." His subordinates shouted excitedly and helped the Potentia herdsmen drive the cattle and sheep, carrying the goods and moving forward together. After spending 2 days together, the pedestrians found that the Simonians were actually very easy to get along with. As long as one treated them sincerely, they would definitely do their best to help them. After passing through the foot of the mountain, the speed of their advance slowed down because there was already a long queue in front of the mountain pass fortress. Originally, there was only one checkpoint at the mountain pass. The western exit of the mountain road was already guarded by the La River fortress. The Senate of Dionia did not plan to build another fortress here. However, since the Turiai-Nudum road was built and the road was extended to Lucania in the following years, the Potentia area was annexed to the kingdom, and the Simonians and Campanians took the initiative to form an alliance. The influence of the Kingdom of Dionia in the north was increasing, and naturally the trade and cultural exchanges between Turiai, the center of Dionia, and the central west coast of Italy had become more frequent. Every day, not only was there a lot of people on this road, but also carts and livestock often traveled on it. In addition, when there was strong wind and heavy rain in the mountainous area, broken trees and fallen rocks would block the road, so the road needed to be maintained frequently. Moreover, the law of Dionia also stipulated that all cities should do their best to ensure the safety of the people. The mountain road was winding, and it would take 3 days to complete the whole journey at a normal speed. In addition to the remote location, there were many pedestrians, robberies, injuries, and other incidents occurred from time to time, and there were also attacks from beasts. Therefore, since the Senate assigned the safety of this mountain area to Turiai, the Turiai City Hall regularly dispatched personnel to patrol the road, repair the road, and protect the safety of pedestrians. In order to allow them to focus on their work, the checkpoint was expanded and rebuilt into a fortress. As the number of pedestrians on the road increased, the merchants of Turiai also found a business opportunity. Because of the more than 3 days of trekking through the mountain road, it would take at least half a day to reach Turiai by the time they exited the mountain road, and most of the pedestrians could not eat or sleep well in the mountainous area. Without a good rest, it was impossible for most pedestrians to continue their journey. Therefore, the merchants built hotels, restaurants, and shops here. After a few years, the fortress had become a lively town in the mountains. Finally, it was the turn of the herdsman of Potentia. The soldier who was inspecting at the city gate looked at the herds of cattle and sheep behind them, frowned, and asked, "Is there anyone among you in charge?" "Me." The man on the horse squeezed in front of the soldier. "Where are you from? What are you doing in Turiai?" "From the area of Potentia near Kopsa to Turiai to sell cattle and sheep." "How many cattle? How many sheep?" 12 cattle and 108 sheep. The clerk next to him calculated in his mind and said, "You have to pay 12 opal to pass." The man on the horse was stunned and asked, "Why do I have to pay?" "This is your first time using this road to sell livestock in Turiai, right? It's difficult to maintain roads in the mountains. When there are a lot of cattle and sheep, they will eat the vegetation on the side of the road. When it rains, it will easily block the road with mud. Besides, the cattle and sheep's feces are all over the road, so it's very troublesome to clean them up. The smell can also easily attract wolves. Therefore, the Ministry of Roads has stipulated that for every 10 cattle and sheep that pass through this mountain road, 1 opal will be charged as the road maintenance fee and extra pay for the road builders. There's a notice posted on the wall over there with the seal of the Senate. If you don't believe me, you can take a look," the soldier said reasonably. 12 opal did not actually cost much, but the man on the horse was straightforward. "No need, I believe you." After paying, the herdsman drove the cattle and sheep slowly through the city gate. Gurney and the others stood in front of the city guard. Before he could ask, Gurney answered directly, "We are Samnai people from Abenelum. We were invited to participate in this year's rugby competition." As he said this, he also took out a letter. "This is a certificate from Kopsa's governor, Sima." In fact, they had already checked it once when they passed through Are River Fortress. The soldier looked at Gurney and then at the other Samnai people beside him. He said politely, "Wait here for a while. The people who will welcome you to the athletes' camp will be here soon." After a while, a young man walked out of the city gate. He had short blonde hair, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a slender body. Although his face was still childish, he was in high spirits. He hurried to Gurney and the others, a mixture of excitement and curiosity on his face. When he walked up to them, he carefully looked at them. Gurney was slightly displeased. At this time, the young man smiled. "Turai welcomes you, brave Abenelum warriors. I have been appointed by the Senate to be responsible for bringing you to the camp." His smile was very bright, immediately dispelling the Samnai people's unhappiness. Chapter 613. Half of the volunteers for the Dionia rugby final were students from the advanced classes of Turai School and the Dionia Academy. This was also the intention of the Devers. He hoped that these young talents who had not yet reached the age of 18 and had not been appointed to public office could practice their ability to handle practical affairs in addition to learning, which would be more conducive to their future development. The young man in front of him was from the Dionia Academy. He whispered a few words to the slave behind him, and the slave immediately turned around and ran into the city gate. Then the young man said to Gurney, "You must be very tired after crossing the mountains from Abenelum to Turai. We should have let you have a good rest in the town, but the celebration will begin the day after tomorrow. You need more time to prepare for the game, so we'd better go to the campsite now. Why are you talking so much nonsense? We're not tired at all. Let's go." One of the Simonians shouted anxiously, "Tadoni!" Gurney turned around and glared at his man. Although he could tell that the young man was not very old, judging from his temperament and the 4 strong slaves that followed him closely, he was definitely the son of a senator or an important minister in the kingdom of Dionia. He did not want to offend him for no reason. The young man was not offended. Instead, he realized that he had been standing in front of the city gate, which had delayed the pedestrians behind him. So he quickly led the Simonians into the town. The terrain of the town was like a trumpet. There were steep mountains on both sides, extending continuously to the east. In the middle was a relatively flat lowland that was constantly expanding to the east. A road meandered forward, and both sides were filled with all kinds of shops and stalls. It was so crowded that there was no place for pedestrians to stop. Behind them were rows of houses built against the mountains. The merchants' various hawking sounds were like cicadas chirping on the trees in summer, pouring endlessly into their ears and irritating them. Some hawkers even stopped pedestrians to sell goods or invite them to stay in their stalls. After the Simonians rejected them rudely, no one bothered these stout and ferocious-looking pedestrians anymore. After walking for a while, the terrain became much more open, and the surroundings were not so crowded anymore. At this time the young man said, "Chief Gurney, the weather is so hot. You must be thirsty after such a long journey. Drink some water first before we continue our journey." Following the direction of his finger, Gurney saw a water stall on the side of the road in front. The slave who had left earlier was standing by the side and waving. After hearing what the young man said, Gurney subconsciously licked his dry lips. However, he was a little hesitant because he knew that the price of water here should be expensive. He could not bear to part with it, so he thought to himself, "I might as well wait until I reach the Tyro River and drink the river water." The young man seemed to have read his mind and said loudly, "I've already paid for the water. If you don't drink it, you can only throw it away." As soon as he finished speaking, the other Samonay people could not hold it in any longer. They rushed forward, picked up the earthen jars one by one, and poured it into their mouths. The cool and sweet honey water not only quenched their thirst, but also alleviated their hunger. The Samonay people drank one jar, but felt that it was not enough, so they picked up another jar. This really cost you a lot. Gurney, who usually boasted of being forthright, felt a little embarrassed at the moment. You've accepted our invitation and come all the way to Tali. You've toiled so hard just to attend our Dionysius celebration. As the hosts, of course, we should take good care of our honorable guests. This little expense is nothing. The young man thought that it was only right for him to do so. His tone did not sound like that of someone who had yet to reach adulthood. Gurney's heart skipped a beat. He put down the jar and asked, "What's your name?" "How do you know my name is Gurney?" "I don't remember saying my name." The young man said calmly, "My name is Clotho-Rex. The official who sent me to welcome you told me in detail that the Samonay team is led by Chief Gurney. I also know that only nobles wear white robes among the Samonay people, and you're the only one in the team who wears white robes, so you know a lot about us Samonay people." Gurney looked at him in surprise. "This is what my father told me," the young man said modestly. "My father said that the Samonay people are brave warriors and deserve the respect of the people of Dionia." Brave warriors. If Gurney did not see the young man's sincere expression, he would have thought that the young man was mocking him. Were the Samonay people brave? If they were brave, why would they kill each other in a single night out of fear? The huge army back then did not even have the chance to fight the people of Dionia head-on. They were defeated just like that. In the end, he became a captive. In order to regain his foothold in Abenelum and regain his father's position as the leader, he had to rely on the power of his former enemy, the people of Dionia. Gurney suddenly felt that the honey water in his mouth was tasteless. He spat it on the ground and shouted, "We should hurry up!" After saying that, he strode forward. The other Samonay people quickly finished the water, stroked their bloated stomachs, and followed behind Gurney one by one. After crossing a mountain ridge, they were out of the mountain pass town. At this moment, someone shouted, "Chief Gurney! Chief Gurney!" Jinnit, the Potentian, shouted as he rushed to Gurney's side. Not only did the Samonay people make way for him, but they also helped the shepherds drive the cattle and sheep. "Jinnit, you don't live in the town?" Gurney asked casually. "If I live here, where will all these cattle and sheep live? I have to hurry to the livestock market in Turii and save money if I can. I have to sell these cattle and sheep quickly." Jinnit said, "You are from Potentia. Why don't you sell these cattle and sheep to Poseidonia or Annona? Why did you come all the way to Turii?" Someone asked. Jinnit turned his head and saw an unfamiliar young man. He asked doubtfully, "You are?" "Clotho Sykes, Turii City Hall sent me to welcome Chief Gurney and the others," the young man answered. Hearing this, Jinnit did not dare to underestimate the young man. He said, "Poseidonia and Annona are not big cities, and they are close to us. The cattle and sheep are sold too cheaply there, and they might not be sold because there are not enough people to buy them. Last year, I heard that in Turii, because of the Hades celebration and the rugby competition, there are a lot of people coming to Turii to watch the competition. Therefore, all the food in the market is sold at a high price. It is said that a sheep can be sold for more than 30 drachmas. That's why I decided to give it a try this year. It's more than 200 miles from Potentia to Turii. Most of the roads are mountainous and there are many beasts. It's difficult for humans to walk, let alone the cattle and sheep. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to them?" The young man asked curiously. "That's right, Sai." Hearing this, Jinnit felt as if he had met a bosom friend, and he immediately poured out his grievances. "I brought 120 goats and 15 cows with me when I set off, but only 108 goats and 12 cows are left now. The rest of them either ran away, were taken away by the wolves, broke their legs, or fell sick from eating something bad. In the end, I had no choice but to kill them." Jinnit pointed at the fresh cow and sheepskins that some of the herdsmen were carrying on their backs. He looked pained. I only hope that we can sell the remaining cattle and sheep for a good price when we go to the market of Turiai. Otherwise, my people and I will suffer a great loss. Sigh. The young man listened attentively. A slave whispered a few words into his ear. His handsome face showed some sympathy, you're right. The price of a sheep in the market of Turiai is more than 30 drachmas. A cow can even reach 80 drachmas. However, the other merchants have the same idea as you. They often come to Turiai at this time. The shops and storefronts in the port and city markets can't accommodate so many merchants. There have been many riots in the past years. Therefore, this year, the City Hall of Turiai has issued a new rule. During the celebration, only merchants who are citizens of the kingdom are allowed to enter the two markets. According to this rule, your cattle and sheep can't enter the port and city at all. Jinnit couldn't believe his ears. He explained loudly, "We, Potentia, are also part of the kingdom of Dionia. We, the people of Potentia, are also people of Dionia. We should also receive preferential treatment from the kingdom." The young man shook his head. Potentia is just a free city of the kingdom. You manage your own city. Your taxes don't have to be submitted to the Senate. You don't have to serve in the military. The laws of the kingdom don't apply to you. You don't have to bear the obligations that the kingdom requires of its citizens. Of course, you won't receive the rights that a citizen of Dionia should enjoy, such as land, military rewards, and of course, some of the benefits that a kingdom like this gives to its citizens. The young man spoke with confidence. Gurney, who was standing at the side, was surprised to find that this somewhat childish young man was showing a trace of dignity that ordinary teenagers didn't have. Jinnit didn't notice this. After listening to the young man's words, he was dumbfounded. He said angrily, "Since we're not allowed to sell in the market, we'll sell outside. Turiai is so big. There must be a place for us to sell our cattle and sheep." Chapter 614. At this moment, Jinnit was no longer as energetic as before. His face was pale, and he said in a trembling voice, What should we do? Are we supposed to drive the cows and sheep back again?" "These are all good cows and sheep. They drink from the mountain spring and eat the fresh grass in the mountains. After 10 days of walking, their fat has almost been consumed, and their meat has become more chewy. Those that can survive until here are all very healthy cows and sheep." Even Gurney could not bear to watch. After all, he had been getting along well with these Potentian herdsmen for the past 2 days. He could not help but help Jinnit and ask the young man, "Is there any way to get them to sell these cows and sheep? Is it really the only way to get them to drive these animals back to Potentia again?" In fact, the young man had already thought about it. He only thought for a while before he asked a slave to touch and pinch the cows and sheep. For a moment, the cows were bleeding, and there was even a scene of a man on top of a goat's head. After a while, the slave came over with a dusty face and nodded at the young man. The young man relaxed and said to the uneasy Jinnit, "They are indeed good cows and sheep. Do you know about Kristoya's restaurant?" Jinnit's eyes lit up. How could he not know about the famous Kristoya's restaurant that was spread all over the cities of Dionia? It was the delicacies introduced by this restaurant that doubled the value of the cows and sheep. If his own livestock could be sold to Kristoya's restaurant, it would definitely be an honor for any herdsman. He asked eagerly, "Can you get in touch with Kristoya's restaurant?" The young man said directly, "Drive the cows and sheep to the Tino River. I'll send a slave to inform the person in charge of Kristoya's restaurant and let him see your cows and sheep. Your cows and sheep are of such good quality, I believe he'll definitely buy them." "Asana bless me. Thank you. Thank you so much." Jinnit was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. He did not have any expectations for this young man, but he did not expect him to give him an unexpected surprise. A Potentian herdsman reminded him loudly, "I say, Jinnit, why do you trust this kid so much? What if he's been lying to us from the beginning and just wants to buy our cows and sheep at a very low price?" "Shut up. He's sincerely trying to help us. How can you say such hurtful words? Hurry up and apologize to him." or I'll kick you out of our team." Janit was furious. Before the herdsman could do anything, the young man had already lost his cool and said loudly, "You can go to the market and ask around first. After you've figured it out, follow my slaves to Kristoya's restaurant to invite people. I believe that according to Kristoya's restaurant's usual practice, they won't buy your cattle and sheep at a price lower than the market price." After saying these words, the young man's face was still slightly red. Jinnet hurriedly said, "Don't mind that idiot's nonsense. We absolutely believe you. Since Kristoya's restaurant will be our future customer, I'll go with your slave to show my respect." After the young man said those words, he regretted it a little. He remembered that his father had once told him, "In any situation, you must learn to stay calm as much as possible so that you can make the right response." After he calmed down, he heard Geniat's words and immediately understood that Janit had his suspicions as well. Although he was a little annoyed, he still controlled his emotions and nodded in agreement. The group walked east along the main road, and it did not take long for them to arrive near the big riverbank. "Oh, this stone pillar is so tall. There's even a statue on it." The Simonians looked up at the towering monument in front of them, and they were all surprised. That's the Pillar of Victory. More than 10 years ago, the current king of Dionia, Devers, was only the leader of the Greek mercenaries at that time. The Lucanian tribal coalition invaded Turiai and defeated the Turiai army. Seeing that they were about to occupy this fertile land, King of Devers led the mercenaries here with far fewer people than the Lucanian coalition. Jinnet pointed to the big riverbank in front of the left and said with a rather complicated expression, "and killed nearly 10,000 Lucanian warriors." It was said that the river was dyed red with the blood of the Lucanians at that time, and the bodies of the Lucanian warriors were floating on the river. In this battle, the Lucanians suffered heavy losses, and the tribal coalition finally collapsed. And King of Devers became famous after this battle, and finally established the powerful Dionia kingdom today. At the top of the Pillar of Victory is the statue of King of Devers. Jinnet's words still contained a sigh about the rapid decline of the Lucanian tribal coalition in the past. Although the young man next to him was already familiar with the past, when he heard it from someone else, his face quickly overflowed with pride. The Simonians heard it and laughed. "You outnumbered the other party, but you were still killed by the other party. This shows that you Lucanians are no good. If it were us Simonians, we would never— Tidoni!" Gurney glared at him fiercely to prevent him from making a fool of himself. The Lucanians suffered a crushing defeat, and the Simonians were not any better. More than 20,000 people did not even fight a single battle, and they defeated themselves in one night. It would be a joke if they knew. It's better to be at peace. War should be avoided as much as possible. There has been no war in Lucania municipality for 10 years. Is the life of the Potentia people better or worse? The young man interrupted at the right time. "Of course it's better." Jinnet was a little emotional, but it was not to please the young man. "If it was 10 years ago, I would never have thought that I would walk together with the Simonians today, drinking water and chatting." When Gurney heard this, he was a little touched. At this time, a Simonian asked loudly, "Chief, what are they doing?" Looking at the direction of his finger, there was a long queue in front of the big river, extending all the way to a huge white building on the other side of the river. On the eve of the Hades celebration, people came from all directions to Turin, and few left. The direction of this long queue was completely opposite to the bustling pedestrians on the main road, walking towards the city of Turin. It was no wonder that the Simonians were curious. That's the famous hot spring in Turin. After the reminder, Gurney felt like he had returned to a few years ago, but he was still brought to Turin with a little hatred. He did not expect to be warmly received, soaking in the hot spring, tasting delicious food, watching competitions, listening to plays. He stayed there for a few months, and during this period he was also warmly received by the King of Devers in the palace several times. Bathing in the hot spring, and specially trained slaves will give you massages to help you get rid of your fatigue. I heard that bathing in the hot spring is very good for the body, and the people of Dionia like to come here very much." The Simonians' interest was aroused by Chief Gurney's description, especially after the 10 days of continuous travel. The sweat and dust on their bodies were probably as thick as a finger. At this moment, they felt itchy all over. "Chief, why don't we go inside and take a bath first?" "You have to pay to bathe inside, 1 opal per person," Jinnit reminded him. He roughly knew the financial situation of this group of Simonians, and he did not think that they would be willing to pay for a bath. Gurney really did not know that they had to pay for the bath because he was accompanied by a special Dionia civil servant in Turin. Although 1 opal was not much, there were 60 people here, and this bath would cost 10 drachmas, which was a little too much for him. When Gurney was about to refuse, the young man said, "When you arrive at the campsite and settle down, I'll bring you here at dusk to have a good hot spring bath to wash away the dust and fatigue, so that you'll be in a good state to participate in the Hades celebration and the rugby game." As soon as the young man's voice trailed off, the Simonians cheered. At first, when the young man came to greet them, these Simonians, who were usually brave and fierce, really did not take this childlike young man seriously. However, the young man was gentle and warm, and he took the initiative to invite them to drink the milk water, which won their favor. Now that he was taking them to the hot spring bath, their good impression of him doubled. So, one by one, they came over to hug the young man to express their gratitude. The young man's personal slaves were a little nervous at first, but they soon relaxed when they saw the young man talking and laughing with the Simonians. Further east, when they passed by the confluence of the Tino River and the Cosini River, they saw a city standing there. It had a radius of 5 or 6 miles, surrounded by a 5-meter-high stone wall. There were towers on the stone wall, and behind the wall was a sentry tower. In front of the wall was a wide moat, a suspension bridge, and a deer fort. On top of the city wall, there were teams of heavily armed soldiers patrolling. "Is this Turin?" The Simonians and some of the Potentia herdsmen asked curiously because they did not see any pedestrians going to the city. "This is the military camp of Turin, where the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, and Reserve Legion of Dionia usually train," the young man explained. "This is just a military camp." The Simonians and the Potentia herdsmen widened their eyes in disbelief. This city looked bigger and more imposing than the cities of Abenelum and Potentia, but it was just a place used by the Dionia to train soldiers. Chapter 6:15. In the following days in Turii, Gurney often could not sleep at night. He often thought that the people of Dionia were busy herding cattle and sheep and hunting beasts all day long in order to survive, but the people of Dionia had the time and energy to carry out planned and orderly military training. Even if the Samnite army that he was in could have a real contest with the Legion of Dionysia, they would not have been a match for them. Later, he learned that there were 7 or 8 military camps like this in Dionia. It was a great blow to him, and it became one of the reasons why his attitude toward Dionia began to change. The Samnite people suddenly became a lot quieter. At the same time, they were also looking forward to seeing the city of Turii. As they walked further, the terrain became flatter and more open. There were more houses and villages. Not far ahead, there was a flat road that connected to the stone bridge that spanned the Cosini River. Bustling pedestrians came from the other side of the Cosini River and finally converged on this main road, making the already crowded crowd even larger. In fact, the main traffic on this road was usually the pack wagons and the kingdom slaves that transported stones and copper ores. In this lively September, for the sake of traffic safety, these were temporarily stopped. Instead, the people of Dionia who came from the Brudi region to attend the celebration in Turii had increased the utilization of this road. The rumbling of carriages, the neighing of cattle and sheep, the chatter of pedestrians, and the crying of children. The flow of people on the road was a huge moving source of noise. At the same time, it was also the producer of garbage. The excrement of pedestrians and livestock, as well as the leftovers of food, were all over the ground. If the pedestrians were not careful, they would fall prey to it. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell. The Samanai and Potentians who had suffered a loss complained about it. The young man explained, the roads and the cleanliness on both sides of the Turii territory are the responsibility of the various demos in Turii territory. Usually, these roads are very clean by them. It's just that there are too many pedestrians coming and going during this time, and the people of the demos also have to watch the celebrations and competitions, so they can only do simple cleaning at dusk and early morning. After this busy time, the roads will become clean again. What's a demo? Someone asked curiously. Simply put, Dermot is a small town formed by the merging of several villages. In Turin, there are 68 German shepherds, and the number is still increasing. The young man's casual explanation left the Simonians speechless. In the Samanese mountains, it was hard to see a village that is a tribal settlement, even after walking for half a day, but there were hundreds of villages in the central city of Dionia. How many people were there? The Simonians used their not-so-bright brains to think hard. In fact, after they passed through Nudum, the Simonians, who were used to herding and hunting in the forest with only a few people, began to feel a little uncomfortable. There were too many pedestrians along the way, probably more than the population of Abenalum. Let's go this way. At this time, the young man shouted and led the Samanai people to turn right into a side road. Leader Gurney, may God Savone bless you. Savone, the god of war worshipped by the Simonians, and win the competition. Seeing that the slave leading the way did not follow them, Jinnit had to wave goodbye to them. Jinnit, thank you for taking care of us along the way. Welcome to Abenalum. Gurney also responded in a friendly manner, which was exactly what Jinnit wanted to hear. This adventurous potentatean merchant had long wanted to take advantage of his neighbor. But in the past, although the Simonians and the Potentians were no longer at war, their relationship was unfamiliar, so he did not dare to enter the Samanese mountains to trade. Now that he had Gurney's friendship, he had the confidence. Clotho Cox, thank you very much for your selfless help. When I sell the cattle and sheep, I will definitely treat you to a drink at Christoya's restaurant. Jinnit then expressed his gratitude to the young man. The young man smiled and politely declined. Thank you for your invitation, but these days I will be busy with the celebration and the competition, so I really don't have time. After sending Jinnit off, the young man led the Simonians along the north bank of the Cosini River to the east. The houses on both sides of the road gradually became denser, and most of them were 2 or 3 stories high. Unlike the usual Greek houses that face the road, these houses were facing away from the road, so the tall buildings were right next to each other, directly standing beside the sidewalk. Although this side road was also relatively wide and there were gutters and sidewalks on both sides, so it was not narrow, but it still obstructed the view and still gave people a sense of oppression. Why haven't we reached the city of Turin yet? Tidoni shouted a little irritably. The young man smiled and said, Actually, we have already entered the city of Turin. Already entered the city of Turin. Tidoni thought that he was joking. We did not see the city walls at all. Only the inner city of Turin has city walls. The other urban areas have not built walls. The young man explained. It turned out that after the Southern Italian War, many freedmen and foreigners poured into Turin every year, wanting to become citizens of the kingdom. The skyrocketing population led to the continuous expansion of the urban areas of Turin. We are now at the edge of the urban area of Turin, at least 4 miles away from the inner city. 4 miles! All the Samanai people gasped. How big was this city? Even Gurney was deeply shocked. Although he had stayed in Turin for half a year 8 years ago, the city of Turin was not as big as it was now. It could only be said that the city of Turin was developing too fast. There are no city walls in the city of Turin. Aren't they afraid of the invasion of foreign enemies? Maione, the quarterback of the Simonians team who participated in the football game, asked in a slightly provocative manner. As the second warrior among the Simonians who had participated in the last war, he was both in awe and a little unwilling to admit defeat to Dionia. The young man glanced at him and said loudly, "The Senate of Dionia once raised a similar question to the king at that time, hoping to build an outer city wall. But the king of Devers said—" The young man straightened his back. "Turin is located in the center of the kingdom of Dionia, with mountains as a barrier, the sea as a barrier, a strong army for defense, and a strong fleet for protection. If the enemy still manage to break into the territory of Turin, then there is no need for the kingdom of Dionia to exist." In fact, there was another important reason why Tulii city did not build an outer wall. It was because Tulii city was very big. Although building an outer wall was a huge project, Tulii city was still expanding. After a few years, the outer wall would probably become an inner wall again. Such a large number of people and the expenditure of the national treasury would not achieve much in the end, so it was better not to build it. Of course, the Simonians did not know about this. After listening to the young man's words, they became silent. The number of pedestrians on the side roads was decreasing. Many pedestrians who had been to Turin for many times knew that food and accommodation were very scarce in Turin at this time of the year. The further they went into the inner city, the higher the price. Therefore, they would choose to walk into the houses and discuss with the owners about renting a house. This was also the reason why the owners built the houses so tall. As for why the houses were facing away from the road, it was because, although it was only a side road, there were still people coming and going every day, and it was noisy. The practice of facing away from the road, using small windows and thickening the walls could reduce the noise. At the same time, the residents did not have to see the irritating street view and had a barely passable living environment. As they walked forward for a while, the houses that stood on both sides of the road like city walls disappeared. After passing by 2 stone statues of Hermes with a smile on their faces, wearing flying boots and pointing to the front, the field of vision in front opened up again. What everyone saw was a familiar, traditional Greek house. Without waiting for the people to ask, the young man took the initiative to explain. "When we, the Dionia, rebuilt the city of Turin, His Majesty the Devers and the senators had envisioned the prosperous scene of the city of Turin in the future. Therefore, a lot of public land around the city was not allocated to the citizens, but for the future expansion of the urban area. From here forward, it's the original urban area of Turin. Sigh, I just didn't expect the expansion of the city of Turin would be so rapid that it has already expanded to the land of the Turin citizens. Fortunately, the Ministry of Agriculture has a rule that farmland is not allowed to be used for other purposes. The supervisor will also regularly inspect the quality of the newly built houses and also limit the height. Otherwise, the citizens at the back won't only have 2 to 3-story houses built on the roadside, but 5 to 6-story houses spread all over their land. Then they'll rent the houses to preparatory citizens and freedmen to obtain high profits instead of farming." When the young man reached here, a hint of disgust appeared on his face. Other than marveling at the large population of the city of Turin again, the Simonians did not have any other feelings. However, between these neatly arranged houses and crisscrossing streets, they saw temples or altars from time to time. From the young man, they learned that these temples were not only dedicated to the gods of the Greeks, but there were also temples dedicated to the god Asinu of Lucania, the highland goddess Umla and Brutus of the Baruthi people, and the racial protector of the Masapi and Pacheti people, Lycaon. The gods of the foreign tribes were worshipped in the cities that were dominated by the Greeks. The believers did their own things, but there were no conflicts. This surprised Salmone greatly. At this time, the young man pointed to the front and said, "Look, that's the arena where you're going to compete next." A few hundred meters away stood a huge building beside the road. It was the Asinu Amara Arena. Chapter 616. One was located near the south of Turin. It was called the Apollo Arena. The name was decided by the merchants who donated money to the south of Turin. During the finals, the teams of the city-states south of Turin, including Sicily, played their group matches in this arena. North of the port of Turin was the Lycaean Arena. The towns of Masapi and Pacheti held their group matches again. The original Turin Arena east of the city of Turin and west of the Temple of Hera, was renamed the Persephone Arena. North of Turin, mainly Greek towns such as Turin, Amendolara, Heraclea, Elia, and so on played their group matches here. The other was the Asinu Amla Arena, because it was the place where the teams of the towns of Lucania and Brudi played their group matches. The two clans had a dispute over the issue of which of the two gods' names should come first when naming it. In the end, the king of Devers decided that when building the arena, the clan that donated the most money would have their god's name come first. As a result, the Lucanians won, and the name of the arena was established. When the Samanai players saw the building, they were a little excited. The Samanai people fell in love with rugby and football after the Great Southern Italian War. More than 10,000 Samanai people were captured. While they were doing hard labor such as building roads and houses, the Daionia soldiers who guarded them also consciously taught them these two sports and organized them into teams to play against each other. This not only made them interested in the culture of Daionia, but also consumed their excess energy and reduced their resistance and hostility. After these Samanai people were released back to their hometown one after another, they began to spread these two sports in the Samanai Mountains. However, so far, there was still no formal arena in the Samanai region. They all played games on the relatively flat grassland. It was the first time that these Samanai players saw that the stadium they were about to play in was so magnificent, so they could not help but feel a little excited. However, the young man did not give them more time to stop and watch. Instead, he took them into another side road and came to a wide field that was circled with wooden sticks and ropes. There were countless tents, shops, and stalls inside. Many strong men were moving around, buying things, practicing passing games, and some simply used the open space to conduct small practice matches. In the lively atmosphere, there was a hint of tension before the battle. This was the camp that the Samanai people were going to be stationed in. Due to the fact that there were too many travelers coming to Turin in September, and each participating team had at least 50 to hundreds of people. Dozens of teams added up to thousands of people. The urban area of Turin could not provide so many accommodations at all. After referring to the practice of the Olympia Games and combining the characteristics of the Kingdom of Daionia, the City Hall of Turin set up camps near the four arenas to gather all the teams that participated in the same group stage together. They solved the accommodation problem with simple tents and made it easy to manage, so that the participating teams would not be scattered all over the place. It would consume a lot of energy just to organize them to play in the stadium, and it would easily disrupt the order of the city. The young man came to the entrance of the camp and explained the situation to the guards. Gurney once again showed Sesama's letter, and the Samanai people were allowed to enter. When the other people in the camp saw the Samanai people wearing the same short-sleeved red robes, they knew that another team had moved in, and that they had arrived before the start of the celebration, because Abeniram was far away from Turin, and Gurney and his team had walked all the way here. They were actually the last team to arrive in Turin, so they came up to ask curiously. When they learned that they were from the Samanai area, they were surprised. Some of them even whispered with a strange expression, "Do the Samanai people play rugby?" When Tadoni, Maioni, and others heard this, their hearts were filled with hatred. If it were not for the fact that they had just arrived, they would have cursed out loud. They secretly made up their minds. I must teach the other teams a lesson on the field. The young man ran around and arranged tents for them to stay in. He also borrowed dozens of rugby uniforms, protective gear, and shoes for them, and took them to dinner in advance. At dusk, he really let them take a hot spring bath. The responsible young man took only one day to make these burly Samanai people treat him as one of their own. 10 years ago, the Kingdom of Daionia was almost assassinated by an assassin sent by Syracuse. As a result, the people who participated in the celebration panicked, trampled, and many people were injured and killed. Since then, Daionia gradually improved the procedures of the celebration to ensure the safety of the city and the people. On the 9th of September, the day of the Hades celebration, the inner city was heavily guarded. In addition to the important ministers, elders, and invited guests from various alliances to attend the ceremony, The kingdom of Dionia would also invite the public officials of the kingdom who performed well, the soldiers and team officers who performed bravely in the war, as well as the scholars and craftsmen who had creative ideas in academics and innovations in machinery. Nearly 10,000 people were allowed to bring their families into the Victory Square in the inner city to watch the celebration, and then go to the main temple of the Hades to worship. Since they were all citizens, most of them had received military training. Once there was an accident, they could turn into soldiers of the Legion by blowing the bugle and stop the situation from getting worse. In addition, the city hall of Turin had built temples and altars of the Hades outside the southern city of Turin, in the delta area, near the port, and in the east, north, and west of the inner city of Turin. The nearby arenas and theaters also had grand performances in the square. The Sanuses would sing, and experienced priests would preside. The people who lived nearby could enjoy and participate in the celebration without having to travel far. On this day, the grand bell of the Temple of the Hades rang in every corner of Turin, and the light and distant chanting echoed throughout the Zbari plain. The people of the kingdom of Dionia were cheering for the Hades celebration. The joy brought by the celebration was even higher on the second day, because the kingdom of Dionia rugby final had begun. Once again, Gurney was invited. Early in the morning, he was led by the Turin public officials through the crowded west gate of Turin. They passed through one block after another. The blocks in the west of the inner city were basically vast and magnificent mansions, most of which were the mansions of the kingdom senators and important ministers. Then they entered an avenue between two hills. The noisy crowd became much quieter as they passed by. On the hillside on the left was the main temple of the kingdom's sacred Hades temple, and on the hillside on the right was the mansion of the great king of Devers. Gurney glanced at the hill on the right, and then shifted his gaze to the foot of the hill. He knew that the entire hill was guarded by the king's guards, and no one could enter the hill without an invitation. At the foot of the hill, there was a magnificent building with a square shape, supported by dozens of huge pillars. It looked solemn like a temple. It was the palace of Dionia. The main purpose of Gurney's visit to Turin this time was to be invited to this palace again, and be received by the king of Devers. As he followed the crowd, he could see the Senate's assembly hall. After entering the wide Victory Square, the distance between the pedestrians naturally widened, and Gurney instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Having been here once a few years ago, he knew that the most important building here, apart from the towering stone pillar in the center of the square and the goddess of victory at the top, was the fountain on the west side of the square, in front of the assembly hall. Back then, Gurney had heard from the official who was in charge of accompanying him that Hades had resurrected the fountain, so the elders of the Senate and the people responded to Hades' prophecy and elected the Devers as the king of Dionia. The king of Devers lived up to the expectations of the people and defeated the powerful Syracuse, which was why Dionia had today's glory. This miracle that was praised by many made Gurney pay special attention to the fountain. However, at that time, the fountain was only surrounded by an ordinary stone wall, and there was nothing special about it. Yet he was still in awe of it. This time, the young man who came to greet them said that a few years ago, the Senate specially invited a famous Greek sculptor to redesign and reconstruct the fountain. It was now very different from the past, and it had become one of the holy places for many young people in the kingdom of Dionia who were determined to learn sculpture. Gurney wanted to see it again, but he did not have the time for the past 2 days. The Victory Square was surrounded by tall buildings, the library, the city hall, the court, the Ministry of Military Affairs. After passing through the Victory Square, Gurney set foot on the main road of the inner city. The road was very wide, enough for 10 carriages to pass side by side, and the road was unusually smooth. During the victory ceremony, this was the passage through which the victorious soldiers paraded back. After walking a few blocks and passing through the first triumphal arch, they entered the eastern part of the inner city. There were also houses in the eastern part, but compared to the luxurious houses in the western part and the high-end houses in the central part, the houses here were much simpler. When the new city of Turin was first built, There were not many citizens in the city, and there was enough open space. At first, the western part was for some newly registered freedmen and officials to live in, so that they could provide enough labor for the new city. But now the eastern part had become the most lively area in the inner city, with the river port, the market, the theater, the gym, the baths. With the popularity of the hot spring baths, the habit of bathing was deeply rooted in the people's hearts. And the people of Dionia were no longer satisfied with only going to the hot spring baths once a day, so they began to build baths in various cities, hotels, restaurants. Chapter 617. Of course, the most lively place was near the center of the Eastern District, the former Grand Arena of Dionia, now the main arena of Hades, as the venue for the opening ceremony of the Kingdom of Dionia's Rugby Championship every year. Countless people were flocking there from all parts of the inner city. The official leading the way quickened his pace with Gurney, and with great difficulty they managed to squeeze their way to the south entrance of the arena. This place was already bustling with noise and excitement. Not only was there a long queue at the entrance, but there was also a famous food street that was filled with people. Not only did people buy food and snacks from various stalls to satisfy their stomachs while watching the game, they also went into the shops to buy small drums and piccolos that could make ear-piercing sounds, as well as statues of their favorite players to cheer them on. Every stall owner and merchant was haggling with their customers, so much so that their voices were hoarse, but their hearts were filled with joy. They wished that this competition could be held from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, so that they could make a lot of money every day. A large bronze statue was erected between the entrance of the arena and the food street. Hades, the patron saint of Dionia, Hades. He stretched his left hand forward and his right hand back, holding a rugby ball in his hand and making a throwing gesture. He took a step forward with his left foot and lifted his right foot slightly, his entire body's center of gravity resting between his feet. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he looked serious and serious. His robe was tied around his waist, blocking the mystery between his legs. The lines on his robe were clear and did not affect the bulging muscles. The strong muscles all over his body were tense and flexible, showing a sense of movement during the start of a game. The statue of Hades in the temple was solemn and dignified. Although the statue outside the arena was more than 3 meters tall and 5 meters tall with a heavy cornerstone, it was equally majestic. However, it showed a friendly attitude, making the people yearn for it. Not only did it increase the people's love for rugby, but it also made this place one of the places where believers usually worshipped. On the side of the entrance, there was a row of wooden houses. The image of the goddess of luck, Tino, was painted on the roof of each wooden house. There were also many people gathered here, and there was a lot of noise. I'll bet 10 drachmas on Turiai defeating Kopsa. I say, bro, the tourist team is too strong. Of course they will beat Kopsa. The odds are too low. You can only make 2 oper at most with 10 drachmas. It's not worth it. You might as well bet on the second match of the opening ceremony, Yuri versus Eugentum. The odds for both sides are higher. You'll earn more if you bet correctly. I don't care about winning money. I'm a Turkish. Whether they win or lose, I'll support the Turkish team to win. Hey, hello. I don't know much about the level of rugby in the cities of Masapi. Can you tell me which team is better, Azhentum or Udina? You've asked the right person. I know the Masapi region very well. Let me tell you, Udina used to be the center of the Masapi City-State Alliance. Now it's also a big city in that region with a large population. You know Milan, the former General Crotone, who is now a senator of the Senate, won many Greek games when he was young. In the past, he was the governor of Udina for 4 years. In addition to suppressing the riots in Udina, he also vigorously promoted rugby and football. Therefore, rugby in Udina was developed earlier in the Masapi region. Azhentum is just a small town by the sea. Because it's closer to Taurus, rugby was developed earlier. However, as far as I know, the teams of the 2 cities have played against each other 4 times, and Udina won all of them. Then I'll bet 5 drachmas on Udina defeating Azhentum. Gurney, who was passing through the area, felt his eardrums swelling. He rubbed his ears and knew in his heart that the people of Dionia were buying a paper ticket issued by the kingdom called Tino's Favor. Once the buyer correctly guessed the outcome of the game, he would receive some money as a reward. However, if he guessed wrong, the money he bet would be wasted. This format was actually similar to the dice game played by the Simonians after a banquet. In fact, it was also popular in the Greek city-states. What made Gurney sigh was that when he first came to the Turris Arena to watch the game, this game had just been implemented. At that time, there was only one wooden house, and there were very few buyers. A few years later, looking at the sea of people, perhaps this game had become popular in the cities of Dionia. Although there was a long queue at the entrance of the arena, Gurney did not stop for a moment. The public official who led him here brought him to another entrance. After passing through the interrogation of the guards, he went directly to the VIP passage. The seats in the arena were divided into sections. After entering from the VIP passage on the south side, he was not far from the rostrum. He was arranged to sit in an area not far from the rostrum, where some spectators were already seated. Gurney's seat was closer to the arena. He could clearly see the large area behind the rostrum that was covered by a white curtain when he turned his head to the left. Gurney, who had been here once, knew that it was the place where the king and queen of Dionia and the senators of the Senate watched the game. However, at this time, it was as empty as the arena in front of him. Just as Gurney was looking around, someone next to him asked curiously, "May I ask where you are from?" It was an old Greek man with dark skin and several scars on his rough face. He looked simple and honest, but there was a hint of fierceness in his appearance. He looked more like a farmer, but he was wearing an expensive purple Bolton robe. Gurney did not answer directly. Instead, he asked warily, "And where are you from?" "I'm from Tyndaris." "My name is Cecrops," the man answered frankly. Gurney knew that the people who were invited to sit in this area were not ordinary people, even if the person in front of him looked ordinary. Unfortunately, Gurney knew little about other areas other than the area around Samani. He did not hide it, nor did he care if it would make the man feel awkward. He asked directly, "Where is Tyndaris?" Cecrops was stunned. However, Gurney's stiff Greek and his appearance that was different from a Greek made him understand. So he said seriously, "Tyndaris is a Greek city-state on the island of Sicily. It's next to Messina and very close to the territory of the kingdom of Dionia. We, Tyndaris, have a friendly relationship with Dionia. Every year, we are invited by Dionia to participate in this grand and lively celebration." Cecrops said proudly, as if he was deeply honored. However, in reality, when Syracuse was defeated, Dionysius was killed, Messina was captured, and the various city-states on the eastern coast of Sicily changed their political systems. When the series of great changes reached Tyndaris, this small city-state that was supported by Dionysius was instantly terrified. They hurriedly formed a large emissary group, led by their archons. They brought a large amount of gold and silver, and quickly rushed to Turiae. They hurriedly expressed their intention to submit and form an alliance with King Dives. Unexpectedly, not only did the king of Devers not speak ill of them, but he also expressed great sympathy for the miserable situation of the Myrcenians in Sparta. He even promised in front of everyone that Dionia would not invade Tyndaris. The people of Tyndaris were instantly overjoyed. This was because the Greeks knew that the king of Dionia was a man of his word. Although Tyndaris failed to form an alliance with Dionia in the end, both sides quickly signed a friendly agreement. Even though the people of Tyndaris later learned of the agreement between Dionia and Carthage regarding the division of power in Sicily, they still held deep gratitude and respect towards Dionia. Moreover, Dionia would send a friendly invitation to Tyndaris every year during an important celebration. How could the people of Tyndaris, a small city that was built not long ago and was very inconspicuous in Sicily, not have a good impression of Dionia, the overlord of the south? However, we, Tyndaris, have been invited, and so have the other Greek cities of Sicily. Syracuse, Gela, Camillina, Agrigento, Ecnomus, and even the towns of the Psyche people have been invited. Most of them have sent emissaries to participate in this event. While saying this, Tyndareus paused. He remembered that Syracuse, the largest city in Sicily and the supporter of Tyndareus when the city was built, did not send any emissaries to this year's celebration of Hades, nor did they send any emissaries in the past few years. As a result, the smaller cities around the city did not send any emissaries to Thurii. This regretful thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before it was quickly forgotten. Now, Dionia was Tyndareus' biggest support. Syracuse had become a thing of the past. Tyndareus stretched out his right hand and pointed to the surroundings. Everyone sitting here is a guest from Sicily. Only you look a little, unfamiliar. That's why I'm asking you out of curiosity. Tyndareus was being polite. Anyone who saw Gurney's messy hair, bare shoulders, and bare legs without shoes would know that he was a barbarian. Even the Psyche people of Sicily dressed like the Greeks. That was why the people around him were curious, but they did not approach him to ask. Only the people of Tyndareus, who had been oppressed by Sparta in the past, would try their best to befriend any force. Sicily. When the name was mentioned, Gurney had an impression. After all, the Simonian situation today was all thanks to Syracuse, and Syracuse used to be the overlord of Sicily. However, after hearing what Tyndareus said, Gurney realized that the hundreds of people around him came from the various cities of Sicily. Only then did he realize that not only did Dionia occupy the vast land in the south, but they also possessed great power in the rumored fertile Sicily. Compared to Dionia, the power of the Abenelum was too insignificant. Chapter 618. Gurney was shocked, but he said, "I'm a Samni from Abenelum, north of Potentia." The Sicilian emissaries around them, who were secretly listening to their conversation, memorized the words Semine and Abenelum. They quietly pondered the significance of the appearance of this native of Italy, who had hardly appeared in Thurii before, in the celebration of Hades. While the two were chatting, the people entered the arena one after another. The circular arena was quickly filled, and the atmosphere in the arena became noisy and lively. Senators began to appear one after another behind the rostrum. "That's Lucius, the governor of Thurii. I heard that he's been the chief general of Crotone many times. This is Lord Cornelis. He's the most important senator in the Senate, and he's very friendly to the people. Look, he's greeting the audience around him. Listen to the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. You don't need to look to know that this should be the scepter priest. Lord Plesines has arrived. Look at that cold face. That's the censor cesta that scares the senators and officials. But the people of Dionia respect him. Who is this? He's as fat as a pig. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Don't look down on him. He's Merces, the finance minister that the king of Devers relies on. He controls the kingdom's purse. Who is that? He doesn't look like a Greek. He's indeed not a Greek. He's from Persia, Marigi, the minister of commerce of the kingdom of Dionia. You heard the cheers of the audience, right? I heard that he contributed a lot to the prosperity of Thurii, so the people of Thurii are very grateful to him. Who is this?" The elder who came out of the passage did not wave to the audience, nor did he talk to the other elders. He just sat down, but the crowd cheered for him. His every move and the temperament he exuded made Gurney feel that he must have led an army to war. As expected, Hecros said, "That's the hero of the southern Italian war, Elder Hyros. He once led an army to conquer Rockley and its allies, and he has just become the military minister of Dionia." The elder that appeared behind him. "Don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance. Every one of us has benefited from him." "Oh, he is? He is the minister of construction," Heraclide the younger. "He is responsible for the construction of the roads and stone bridges in Dionia." "And who are those two? They don't look like Greeks. Vespa and Hegemon, of course, are not Greeks but Lucanians, but they are also prominent elders in the Senate." Think about the size of Lucania in the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia. This one is not a Greek either, but he is equally prominent. He is the senator of Sidorum from Bruttii, the only senator who has served as the governor of Dionia. Behind him are Saru and Krilu. They are all senators from Bruttii. Gurney listened to the introduction of Cecrops. He looked at the people behind the rostrum, who looked different from the Greeks, and he suddenly felt a little touched. When Cecrops introduced the senators of Dionia to Gurney, he gradually became confused. Although many senators of Dionia had appeared behind the rostrum, apart from the king of Devers, several important figures that the emissaries of Sicily were most familiar with had yet to show up. Antonius, the hero who conquered the east coast of Sicily and served as the governor of Naxos for many years, was the one that Cecrops and the others had the most dealings with. As for Laodigian and Leucipparatus, these senators from Sicily used to entertain the emissaries of Sicily who were invited to Thurii every year. But this year they neither held a banquet nor showed up in the arena. As far as Cecrops knew, Laodigian liked to be in the limelight the most. What happened? Cecrops had to think deeply. At this moment, as if a gust of wind had blown through the arena, the entire arena became lively. Victory! His Majesty the Devers! His Majesty the King is here! The cheers in the arena rose and fell one after another. The King of Dionia, the Devers, wore a black and gold bolton and a pomegranate crown made of gold. He smiled and waved to all sides, with the two beautiful consorts, Christos and Agnes, on either side of him. Gurney's eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at a young man following closely behind the Devers and asked urgently, "Who is he?" "Hey, put your hand down. It's disrespectful to the King of Devers. Don't anger the audience." Cecrops hurriedly pressed his hand down and then said, "You're talking about the eldest son of the King of Devers, Crotocatax. Don't be fooled by his tall stature. He's actually not even 18 years old. He's still just a youth." "Are you sure he's the eldest son of the King of Devers?" Gurney asked again in disbelief. "I take part in the Hades festival every year, and Prince Clotocatax has appeared many times. How could I be wrong?" Cecrops was a little angry when he heard his doubts, and in order to show his understanding of the royal family of Dionia, he said, "The King of Devers has an adopted son called Adoris, and I heard that he's already gone to Darnay with the army. Clotocatax is indeed the eldest son of the Devers. The beautiful girl beside him is the adopted daughter of the king, Cynthia. I heard that she's already 20 years old, and she's still unmarried. Because there are too many suitors, the King of Devers doesn't know who to choose, and that's why it's been delayed until now." Cecrops secretly told Gurney about this gossip, as if he was showing off that he was well informed. "The girl holding Cynthia's arm is the eldest daughter of the King of Devers, Eunice. The boy talking to her is the second son of the king, Apox. The boy looking around is the third son of the king, Bryance. Oh, his youngest daughter is also here, Avia, the little girl held by Princess Agnes. This is the first time she's appeared at the opening ceremony of a rugby match. You're in luck. This is the first time the King of Devers and his family have all appeared at a rugby match. No wonder the people of Dionia are so excited." Gurney did not seem to hear the Tindare's words and stared blankly at the rostrum. He did not expect that the gentle, lovely, helpful Thurii young man they were very grateful for 2 days ago was actually the noble prince of Dionia. Could it be that the King of Devers values the Abenelum so much? Thinking of this, Gurney became excited. Perhaps the purpose of coming to Thurii for help this time could be achieved. In fact, he was thinking too much. Crotocatax just happened to be at the mountain pass to welcome the team from the north on that day. When he returned home, Christoia was shocked to learn that her son had gone alone to interact with the rumored fierce Samanese for a long time. But when the Devers found out, he praised his son for doing a good job and said that as the prince of Dionia with the bloodline of Pluto, he should have such courage and magnanimity. He also encouraged his son to continue to treat the Samanese well. Because of this, The Devers and his wife had a rare little quarrel. But at this moment, the Devers and his family were happy and harmonious. After everyone sat down, the Devers nodded to Lucius in front of the rostrum. The Turii governor, Lucius, said, "Begin." The trumpeters on both sides of the rostrum immediately raised their long bronze horns diagonally, and the sonorous sound of the horns resounded throughout the arena. The teams from the cities and towns of Dionia began to enter the arena. 8 priests in white robes first came in from the east entrance. They carried a wooden statue of Hades holding a rugby ball in his hand. Its image was similar to the bronze statue outside the arena, but it was smaller in size and its surface was covered with gold foil. Under the illumination of the sun, the gold gleamed. Following closely behind the 8 solemn priests was the Turii team. They were led by a guide holding a wooden sign engraved with the word Turii. As soon as they stepped onto the track outside the field, the audience on the sidelines cheered loudly. Since Turii was the center of the kingdom of Dionia and the venue of the finals, of course, the Turii had the largest audience to watch the opening ceremony. Therefore, every year, the Turii team was at the forefront. The Turii rugby players waved to the audience, and the audience cheered them on. The interaction on and off the field pushed the atmosphere in the arena to a climax. However, the unfamiliar team that appeared next made the audience dumbfounded. Abella, the audience sitting closest to the track, widened their eyes. When they saw the name of the town on the guide's wooden sign, they were still at a loss. What is this place? It turned out that there was a rule in the order of entry for the opening ceremony of the Kingdom of Dionia rugby finals. Except for the first and last teams that had to be from Turii and another specific town. All the other participating teams, including the invited non-Dionia teams, entered the arena in alphabetical order according to the name of their town. This not only showed the principle of fairness and justice of Dionia regardless of closeness and distance, but also reduced conflicts and quarrels. The team started with the letter A and naturally walked in front. But other than a very small number of spectators from the northern part of Lucania who had some understanding of this, the rest of the people knew nothing at all. But they, who watched the games all year round, still gave this unfamiliar team a ceremonial applause and cheers. Chapter 619. Ever since they entered the city of Turin, the Seminoles players, who boasted of their bravery, began to restrain their usual rough and uncouth manner, as they were shocked by the huge and prosperous city. After entering the arena, the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators were an invisible pressure that made them a little bewildered, and even their walking posture became restrained. "Look, that's Leader Gurney." Maione spotted the leader of the Abenelum standing in the audience, waving his arms and shouting, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The players immediately responded enthusiastically, which made them feel a lot more relaxed. When they passed the rostrum, they received another surprise. "Father, look, that's the Seminoles team that I was responsible for receiving before." Crotocatax shouted excitedly as he pointed to the team walking on the track. Before Devers could speak, Christoia, who was next to him, opened her eyes wide and interrupted. "Your father always said that the Seminoles are not to be trifled with, but I don't see anything special about them." Indeed, the Seminoles players who entered the arena for the first time seemed to be timid in the face of tens of thousands of spectators. The Abenelum. Devers was very clear about the origin of the team. He said slowly, "Isn't that a good thing?" Christoia was not an ordinary woman. She quickly understood what her husband meant. So she said, "Unfortunately, there's only one Abenelum." "That's a good start." Devers smiled slightly. Agnes did not care about what her husband and Christoia were saying. She was the only one in the family who was not very interested in rugby. The reason why she attended the opening ceremony was because of the needs of the people of Dionia and the request of the children. The people hoped to see the king's family attend the most important celebration of the kingdom. It had almost become a custom. The harmony of the king's family was an example of a civil family. The children liked the lively atmosphere of the whole family watching the game together, including her shy and introverted daughter Avia. Mother is right. The Samanese are like the clumsy slaves of the kingdom. There's nothing to be afraid of. Our Xerias is still the most dazzling. He'll definitely score a lot of touchdowns in the finals, Bryant said loudly. Xerias was the main wide receiver of the tourist team's offensive team. He was famous for his superb catching skills and speed in the finals. I think the quarterback, Sardak Cassius, is the best. It's really because of his calm mind, ingenious formation, and accurate passing that Xerias can get so many touchdowns. Apox's words dissatisfied his brother, and the two began to argue. Cynthia patted her two younger brothers on the head and reminded them, "Stop arguing. You're disturbing the people watching the opening ceremony. Hurry up and quiet down." Big Sister's words were indeed effective. The two of them glared at each other and quietly sat back in their seats. If Brother Adoris was still in Turin, he would definitely be there as a substitute for the team, Eunice said, pointing to the Turin team that was already standing on the field. Little Avril nodded repeatedly, but it stunned Cynthia, and then a trace of worry appeared on her pretty face. The Devers laughed and said, "You still don't know your brother Adoris. Compared to appearing in the Hades arena, he would prefer to appear in the Triumph Parade." "I also hope to be a hero in the Triumph Parade when I grow up," Bryant's immediately shouted. "Father," Crotocatax glanced at Cynthia and asked, "How's the progress of our war with the Downey people?" "Ever since we defeated Downey's main force in the decisive battle at the Orfanto River, our troops have not encountered any strong resistance from the enemy. Don't worry, you can see your brother again in 2 months," the Devers said with a relaxed expression. His words also made Cynthia smile again. Behind the Devers family sat a few elders of Lucania. When they saw the Samanai team passing by the rostrum, Vespa, who was already very old, could not help but sigh. "I didn't expect that even the Samanai, who are as fierce as wolves, would be tamed by our kingdom." The great leader of Potentia, Borit, chuckled and said with his lips curled, "It's not that easy to tame a wolf. It's just a Benelum, a town that is about to be abandoned by the Samanai." A Benelum was abandoned by the Samanai. Why? Hemont asked curiously. Borit subconsciously touched his bearded cheek, where there was a long scar, and his thoughts went back to the past. 10 years ago, the Samanai invaded Potentia. If His Majesty did not lead the army to rescue them in time, Potentia might not have existed anymore. Borit had a good impression of the Daionia in the process of fighting side by side with the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia against the Samanai. After the Southern Italian War, he visited Turiae many times and persuaded Poimit to merge Potentia with Daionia, becoming a free city of the kingdom. 3 years ago, Poimit even gave the position of great leader to Borit, who had a close relationship with Daionia, on the grounds of poor health. After Borit took over the affairs of the territory, he had a better understanding of the situation of his evil neighbor in the north. The Samanai suffered a crushing defeat. Nearly 10,000 warriors were captured, and only a few thousand of the more than 40,000 soldiers managed to escape. As the instigator of this war, the great chief of Hilpini and the ruler of Abenelum, Villani, naturally had to bear the responsibility for this failure. Although the Samanese who had fled back did not know that Villani had died in battle, the Hilpini who had lost their loved ones and hated Villani bitterly held a tribal meeting very quickly. They dismissed Villani from his position as the great chief and elected Liskak of Beneventum as the new great chief of Hilpini. At this point, Borit sighed and said regretfully, at that time, it was said that the 4 major tribes of the Samanai had less than 10,000 warriors and were unable to fight again. Moreover, the Samanai heard that Daionia had captured many Samanai warriors, so they requested for a truce and peace talks. Sigh. Actually, if we had been more forceful and continued to attack the mountains in the north, Hilpini would have been exterminated. Bentne and Keutini would not have had it easy either. There was nothing we could do about it. At that time, we were resisting the invasion of Syracuse's army. After defeating Dionysius, the treasury's gold, silver, and food were almost completely depleted. It was impossible to organize another army to launch an attack on the Samni Mountains, Vespa explained. He had another reason that he did not say. After winning the war in southern Italy, Greece and Sicily had enough land and wealth for the citizens of Dionia to divide up. They might even complain that their population was too small to occupy more empty land. So why would they covet the barren mountains of Samni? Moreover, once they attacked the nest of the Samni people, even if it had been greatly weakened, the resistance and casualties encountered by the legion of Dionysia would definitely skyrocket. This was not what the Senate and the people hoped for. Borit probably realized this as well. He only casually complained before continuing. After the people of Dionia signed an alliance agreement with Hilpini, Bentne, and Keutini, they began to release the Samni captives one after another. You should know that the son of the former chief of Hilpini, Gurney, was also captured by us. His tribe was originally a large tribe of Hilpini, and there were many tribal warriors who were captured. His Majesty was the last to release them. Guess what happened in the end? I remember that there was a violent conflict in the Abenelum. That Gurney even asked for help from Dionia, and His Majesty supported him. Hegemon recalled. Violent conflict. Borit smiled and said, as the initiator of that war, in order to set an example, Gurney sent almost all the men who could fight in the entire Abenelum region to the battlefield. Of course, his warriors suffered the most casualties. When Lesgok became the chief of Hilpini, he saw that the territory of Abenelum was mostly filled with old, young, women, and children and lacked labor. Moreover, Abenelum was closest to Potentia, so he moved a tribe in the south of Beneventum to Abenelum and made the chief of this tribe the chief of Abenelum. At that time, the people of Abenelum did not strongly oppose it in order to survive. But 2 years later, when Gurney returned home with the Abenelum warriors who had been captured, he saw that his land was occupied by another tribe, his wife remarried, and his children recognized someone else as their father. Naturally, conflict broke out. In order to maintain his authority and the interests of his tribe, the new chief of Abenelum made a wrong decision. He wanted to expel Gurney and his kin from Abenelum on the grounds that Gurney and his son had indiscriminately started a war and brought disaster to the tribe. This caused the anger of the released Abenelum warriors, because during the 2 years of labor in the kingdom, they had completely regarded Gurney as their chief. Chapter 620. He did not expect Sidorum to face such a complicated situation when he went to Simone. Borit's words made Vespa sigh in his heart, while Hegemon was filled with admiration. The suggestion made by the Devers in the Senate to let the Abenelum captives be the last to be released was so wise. Although Gurney has become the leader of the Abenelum, this matter is not over, Borit sneered again. Although the Hilpini had no choice but to sign the alliance agreement in the face of our powerful strength, Gurney has violated the taboo of the Simone tribes by inviting outsiders to interfere in the internal affairs of the Hilpini. It is only because of our protection that Lesgok does not dare to do anything to Gurney, but he can make the other tribes reduce trade, communication, and gatherings with the Abenelum. He has even made the tribes that originally moved in withdraw from the Abenelum region, trying to force the Abenelum, who have experienced the war and are weak, to take the initiative to exile Gurney in order to better survive in the mountains. Stupid Hilpini, Hegemon interrupted. Yes, the Hilpini still use the old ways to punish tribal leaders who violate tradition, but they do not know that doing so will only push the Abenelum towards Ardionia. Borit kept saying Ardionia, already seeing himself as a part of the kingdom of Dionia, even though Potentia was actually a free city belonging to the kingdom of Dionia. The Abenelum has no choice but to strengthen contacts with Kopsa, us, Potentia, and Enona. In the past 2 years of particularly cold winters, most of the livestock of the Hilpini froze to death. The Abenelum relied on the aid of Ardionia to survive, so they have become more dependent on us. Even the Temple of Hades was allowed to be set up at the border of the Abenelum. However, it is said that the Beneventum and several other Simone tribes have a lot of opinions about the Abenelum's approach. It seems that the situation in the Simone region is now peaceful, but in fact the two sides have been in constant conflict especially this year. I heard a rumor that the high priests of the 4 Simoni tribes have collectively proposed to hold a Savone ceremony for the entire Simoni. After the ceremony, they may discuss the blasphemy of the leader of the Abenelum, Gurney, with the 4 chiefs and other tribal leaders. Blasphemy? Vespa was a little surprised. Gurney allowed his people to accept the faith of Hades and allowed the priests of Hades to operate in his territory. Borit said with a slightly complicated mood. In Potentia today, most of the people no longer only believed in Mount Asanu, but the faith of Hades was also very popular. Did you mention this when you met His Majesty before? Hegemon asked. Do I still need to say it? Borit pointed to the Abenelum team in the stadium. I heard that Gurney has also come to Turiai. I'm afraid he's not just here to watch the game. Strompoli, who had returned to Turiai, sat behind the rostrum, watching the teams from various towns enter the stadium. He sipped the wine mixed with water from time to time, looking quite satisfied. When he saw the Naxos team pass by the rostrum, he applauded and cheered. Although he had retired as the chief executive of Naxos, he still had some feelings for Naxos after living there for several years. Looking at the Naxos players on the field waving happily, he suddenly thought of something and fell into deep thought. At this moment, he saw Raphias change seats with someone else from the corner of his eye. Then he heard a voice beside his ear. Lord Strompoli. Strompoli turned his head and nodded. Greetings, Lord Talalas. Well, thank you for taking care of the people of Naxos in the past few years. Talalas complimented him a little unnaturally. He was not good at flattering people, but Strompoli and the Sicilian senators rarely interacted. Although they were in the same senate, they were strangers to each other. If he didn't do this, he would not be able to get closer to Talalas, and it would be easier for him to talk later. That's my duty. Strompoli did not smile because of his compliment. To be honest, Naxos is not easy to manage. Talalas was stunned for a moment. He then smiled awkwardly. Sicily is not the same as Greece, after all. What's the difference? Strompoli interrupted him and asked bluntly, Does Naxos not belong to the kingdom of Dionia? Are the people living there not the people of Dionia? Talalas was stunned again. He had heard the other Sicilian senators say that Strompoli was a stone in a pile of horse dung, smelly, hard, and not easy to get along with. Today it was indeed the case. Talalas was also a man of character. He did not beat around the bush and asked directly, Lord Strompoli, there are rumors these 2 days that after Lord Myron arrived in Naxos, he sent a patrol team to search Lord Laodigian's house and arrested some servants. Then he searched the mansions of Ikadas and several other senators. I also heard that Lord Cypros, the governor of Cadanae, also searched Lord Laseparatus' house in Cadanae. And what the hell is going on? Without the approval of the Senate, how can they break into the mansion of a senator, search, and arrest people? Strompoli looked at him with a strange expression on his face. The laws of Dionia do not state that you cannot search the mansion of a senator or arrest servants. Only when you want to arrest a senator, you must obtain the approval of the Senate. As a senator of the kingdom, have you not carefully studied the laws of the kingdom all these years? Talalas was a little embarrassed. There were so many laws in Dionia that it was impossible for him to remember them all. He coughed and said, Lord Strompoli, may I ask what crime Laodigian and the others have committed? Strompoli shrugged. Myron did not send a letter to the Senate explaining the situation. Like you, I know nothing about it. But you can ask Lord Tritodmos. He may know something. Talalas said in a low voice, Lord Tritodmos is in Sicily. Oh, yes. I've forgotten. I'm old and my memory is bad. I still remember that I invited them to the banquet in Naxos City Hall. Strompoli patted his head and said, Since Tritodmos personally went to Sicily, Laodigian, and the others must have committed a serious crime. Talalas was silent. This was exactly what he was worried about. Lord Talalas, was your mansion in Naxos searched? Strompoli suddenly asked. Talalas shook his head. Then what are you worried about? Strompoli said with some interest. I heard that you and Laodigian have never been on good terms. You even scolded him several times in public, saying that he only knows how to eat, drink, and have no ability at all. The senators of Naxos, led by Laodigian, do not like to interact with you. Now it seems that you have made the right choice. Talalas' eyes lit up at Strompoli's words. The last team to enter the arena was the Amendolara team. Turii was the center of the kingdom of Dionia, while Amendolara was the beginning of the kingdom. This was why the Devers arranged for the teams from these two towns to enter the arena one after the other. There were many spectators in the arena, and most of the former mercenaries settled in Amendolara. In the beginning, Amendolara was the main source of soldiers for the First Legion. More than a decade later, the citizens of Amendolara accounted for nearly half of the senior officers in the First Legion of Dionia. This made the small city of Amendolara a very special town in the kingdom, commonly known as the City of Officers. The citizens of other towns had served as soldiers under the Amendolara team. This made the entire stadium applaud and cheer sincerely for the team. It was even more popular than the Turii team. When more than 50 teams stood in the middle of the arena, the 8 priests carrying the statue of the god at the front chanted the Song of the Hades in unison. Then the players and the spectators also joined in devoutly. Even some foreign players, such as Abenelum and Pompey, who did not believe in the Hades, were inspired and joined in. When the solemn and majestic song ended, the Devers walked to the front of the rostrum and said in a loud voice full of passion, "Players from various towns in the kingdom, and players from friendly neighboring countries who have accepted the invitation, welcome to Turii for the 7th Rugby Championship of the Kingdom of Dionia." After more than a dozen telepathic messengers spread the words of the King of Devers to the entire stadium, there was a huge cheer on the field and the sidelines. You have gone through the test of many games. Today, you are able to stand in the arena of Hades, which means that you are the best rugby players in your city this year. From today on, in Turii, under the watchful eyes of the Hades, you will continue to display your superb skills and brave and intelligent minds. Unite and cooperate with your teammates, and through every fierce game, compete for the title of the strongest rugby team and the best rugby player in the Kingdom of Dionia this year. I wish you all the best in achieving excellent results. The players listened with passion and could not wait to start the game immediately. At this moment, the drums and trumpets sounded, announcing the official start of the finals. The spectators let out thunderous cheers. They could not wait to watch the game. The teams began to leave the field, leaving only 2 teams on the field. The game between Turii and Kopsa had officially begun. Chapter 6:21. Turin's narrow victory over Kopsa could be attributed to the fact that many excellent rugby players from the First Legion were taken away during the Downey War. Uentum's victory over Yudi was completely unexpected by the people. Abenelum's victory over Picassus shocked many people. Ligim, who had always been regarded as a weakling, actually defeated Naxos. The situation of this year's competition was so confusing that even the veteran fans could not understand it. While the people's attention was attracted by the exciting game, the Senate held several emergency meetings in 2 days. First, several Sicilian senators, led by Laodigian and Lessiparatus, protested against the illegal behavior of Myron, the governor of Naxos, and Cypros, the governor of Cadanae, ignoring the laws of Dionia, sending people to break into their houses and wantonly search their belongings. They asked the Senate to immediately send someone to stop these 2 people's crazy behavior and remove them from office. Their proposal was opposed by the senators led by Strompoli and some of the senators from the former Southern Alliance led by Lucius. At this time, Myron's search operation had already begun. After getting a hint from the Devers, Strompoli no longer needed to keep it a secret, so he faced the senators in the meeting room and said aloud, "During his last term in office in Naxos, a slave who voluntarily surrendered himself because his subordinates were investigating a murder case, but revealed another secret after interrogation. The senators, who originally felt that there was something fishy about the Sicilian incident, immediately went into an uproar. Laodigian and the others denied and accused Stromboli of framing them. Both sides argued, but it was obvious that the Sicilian senators were a little panicked. In the end, the day's meeting did not come to any conclusion. After the meeting, Laodigian, Leciparatus, and the others tried to explain to the Devers face-to-face, but the Devers refused to meet with them on the grounds of physical fatigue and need to rest. Laodigian turned to his son-in-law for help. However, Antonios, who had been idle at home on the grounds of recuperation, had already heard about what happened in Sicily. He remembered the king of Devers's reminder to him that day. Despite his wife's pleading, he finally hardened his heart and did not open the door. Laodigian and the others had no choice but to seek help from the other elders, who were on good terms with them. But these senators were not fools. In the past, they had made friends with Laodigian and the other Sicilian senators for their own benefits, or through Laodigian and Antonios. But now, everyone could see that Myron and Cyprilos were conducting a large-scale search in Sicily, and even the senior judge, Tritodemus, had rushed over. Without the instructions of the king of Devers, no one would believe them. Of course, these people avoided Laodigian and the others like the plague. Laodigian, who used to do things in a flamboyant manner, no longer had the mood to curse these people's ruthlessness. He already felt a strong sense of unease. Laodigian, who used to do things in a flamboyant and careless manner, secretly sent his confidant to hire a lawyer who was proficient in the law. When he learned that what he did in the past was likely to make him the second Polixus, he couldn't sleep well the whole night. The next day, the Senate meeting continued. The Sicilian senators were not in a good state of mind, and the next two letters from Sicily made their hands and feet even colder. In the letters Myron and Cyprilos wrote, in the mansions of Laodigian, Leciparatus, and other senators in Sicily, they found evidence that Acones, the leader of the Sicagar Tanakian tribe, had bribed them, hoping that they would speak for the Tanakian tribe in the Senate. At the same time, many slaves also pointed out that there was a lot of land belonging to these senators in the Tanakian territory. The Sicagar slaves were in charge of farming, and when the harvest was good, their confidants would go to the Sicar mountains and transport the crops back in batches. After reading the letters, the senators were shocked. Some of the senators suddenly realized. Usually Laodigian and Leciparatus often held banquets, and they were quite rich. So this was how they got their money. Laodigian and the others cried out that they were innocent, saying that Myron and Cyprilos were framing them. But in the end, the Senate passed the proposal of temporarily grounding Laodigian, Leciparatus, Cicadas, and the other senators, and waiting for Tritodemus to escort a large amount of evidence back to Turiae before they could be interrogated. Your Majesty, Lord Antonios could not stand the pleading of his wife and sent someone to plead for Laodigian, but he did not come to you. Instead, he sent someone to Lord Cornelis. Lord Cornelis did not accept his request, but recommended Lord Cunigarata to him. The court herald, Aristiras, reported to the king of Devers. According to reports, Lord Cunigarata did not refuse, but allowed Antonio's confidant slave to enter the mansion. Not long after, the slave took a letter, left the mansion, and went directly to the Academy of Dionia. This Antonios is really muddle-headed. I told him to stay at home, but he refused to listen. Even when Cunigarata was recuperating at home, he still wanted to disturb him. The Devers looked angry, and then asked with slight curiosity, why did Cunigarata let him go to the Academy of Dionia for? Could it be to look for Lysias? Your Majesty, Lord Antonio's slave went to invite Lysias to be Laodigian's defense lawyer, Aristiras said. The Devers raised his eyebrows slightly. Lysias agreed? I think so. According to the secret report, when Antonio's slave came out of the academy, he seemed a little excited. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said slowly, It's good that Lysias can appear in court to defend. This should be Lysias' first time acting as a court lawyer, right? Yes, Your Majesty. I heard that he passed the court's examination and has been qualified as a lawyer for a few years, but he has never appeared in court, Aristyrus said. All right, then we can watch the exciting performance of Lysias, who is known as the best rhetorician and debater in the kingdom. The more the argument, the clearer it becomes. Daionia will not arbitrarily punish or suppress senators and officials. Everything is done according to the law. However, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for Lysias to completely exonerate Laodigian and the others. Upon hearing this, Aristyrus quickly observed the Devor's expression and found that he looked relaxed, as if he did not care too much about this matter. Of course, the Devors did not care too much. He had already achieved his goal. Laodigian and the other Sicilian senators accepted bribes and betrayed the kingdom's interests. Of course, they would not be completely exonerated. In fact, it did not mean much to him if he was imprisoned for a few more years. Instead, this incident allowed the Devors to clean up the Sicilian Senate's influence in Sicily, rectify the governance of the various towns in Sicily, and more importantly, they had gained the opportunity to enter the Sicyer region. The Devors looked at Aristyrus. Aristyrus quickly lowered his head. Has the leader of the Abenalum, Gurney, arrived? The Devors changed the topic and asked, He's on his way. Let's see what bad news this Samanai has brought me. Although the Devors said this, his expression was still relaxed. Under the guidance of the slaves, Lysias arrived at Kunigarada's bedroom. Kunigarada, an influential figure in Great Greece and the most important senator of the kingdom of Daionia, was lying on the bed. His face was flushed, his breathing was rapid, and he looked like he was about to die. Lysias sat down softly on the wooden chair beside him, as if the slightest noise would worsen Kunigarada's condition. Kunigarada opened a pair of turbid eyes, looked at him, and said weakly, I was just thinking, Koph, if you would come, and you came. How is your body? Lysias asked with concern. I won't die for a while. Kunigarada's expression was calm, his left hand slowly placed on his chest, and said in a flat tone, Herpes has come to see me many times, saying that I have been affected by the trauma caused by that incident more than 10 years ago, referring to the expulsion of his family by the old tourist people. Cough, cough, until now I can't function normally, cough, cough. Then you should rest well, and don't talk any more. Lysias felt uncomfortable when he heard him coughing. He stood up and said, I'll go back first. I'll come see you later. Next time, you might not be able to see me. Kunigarada forced a smile and asked, You, Koph, want to ask me why I asked you to defend them? Lysias looked at his dark, red, and dull face and nodded with a heavy heart. Lysias, I know your ability very well. Unfortunately, the moment you came back, cough, cough, you entered the academy. Except for the students who know of your talent, many of the kingdom's people don't even know that every celebration's anthem, cough, 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 is written by you. It's time to show your talent to the people, to the elders, to His Majesty. Kunigarada's words made Lysias' heart surge with emotions. He calmed himself down, but still couldn't help but ask, Just for me? Of course, it's not just that. Cough, cough, cough. Kunigarada coughed violently. The slave girl beside the bed hurriedly helped him to sit up, hit his back, and then put a clean cloth by his mouth. Lysias saw that the thick phlegm that Kunigarada spat on the cloth was mixed with clumps of blood, and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Chapter 6:22. Kunigarada waved his hand to dismiss the slave girl. He then looked at Lysias and said solemnly, The Senate is the most important institution in the kingdom. It plays an important role in checking and balancing the king's power. If the senators of the Senate are always cough, cough, who would dare to oppose His Majesty's proposal, cough, 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 you don't have to say any more. Have a good rest. I understand. I'll do my best. Lysias promised. The royal palace of Daionia was located at the confluence of the Krati River and the Cassini River below the King's Hill. On top of the hill was the residence of the King of Devors. The royal palace was located to the southwest of the Senate. The distance between the two was less than 300 meters. Although it was not as grand as the Senate Hall, it had its own unique charm. It was a 2-story, square-shaped building with its back against the hill and its side facing the river. The walls were made of large, regular stones. The walls were quite flat and there were almost no gaps. Because of the Devers cement, they were connected as one. At the same time, the inside of the stones were reinforced with an H-shaped fixture to make the stones more secure. The outer eaves of the walls were supported by dozens of simple and practical Dorian stone pillars that could barely be hugged by a person. The eaves that extended out from the center of the east-facing wall were supported by 8 Ionic stone pillars that had a foundation and a spiral capital. A triangular roof was added to the eaves. In the middle of the eaves was inlaid a golden sculpture disc. On it was the symbol of the kingdom of Dionia, long hair entwined with a double fork and a crown of pomegranate branches. The foundation of the entire royal palace was more than a meter high. Therefore, there were 20 stone steps in front of the Ionian stone pillars. In front of the stone steps, there was a circular platform made of white marble that looked like a small altar. A long flagpole was erected high in the center. The flag of the kingdom of Dionia fluttered at the top of the flagpole. It was the same long hair, double fork, diamond, and crown. 2 fully armed palace guards stood straight under the flagpole. Every morning, 50 palace guards would march in a neat formation from the palace to the flag platform, and then raise the national flag in an elegant posture. At dusk, they would lower the flag in the same formation and posture. This unique and solemn ceremony attracted many people from the kingdom of Dionia, and even foreigners to stop and watch. The last time he came to Turiai, the palace had not yet been built. This time, Gurney was summoned by the king and came here. Standing in front of the palace that best reflected the architectural skills of the kingdom of Dionia, he was amazed by the uncanny workmanship of the people of Dionia. The solemn appearance of the temple made him restrain his unconfident mind and hold his breath. Stepping on the white steps, he could see the dazzling golden national emblem of the kingdom of Dionia hanging high above the lintel when he looked up. An invisible pressure made him feel insignificant, and he suddenly felt a sense of awe. After walking up the steps, there was a team of palace guards behind the 8 Ionic pillars guarding the palace gate. They carefully checked the warrant of the messenger who led him here before allowing him to enter. The floor of the palace was made of polished pebbles closely arranged and inlaid with black as the base color, white as the main embellishment, supplemented by other colors, decorated with exquisite geometric patterns such as flowers, waves, squid. Gurney was very curious. If it was not for the fact that he had to meet the Devers in a hurry, he would have lingered here for a while longer. His Majesty originally planned to paint murals on the walls and put sculptures on both sides of the aisle, but because he did not find a good painter and sculptor, he has not implemented it for now, the messenger said proudly. He saw through Gurney's thoughts. Gurney quickly withdrew his gaze and nodded, pretending to be unconcerned. When he came to the king's office on the 2nd floor of the palace, after the messenger went in to report, he saw the ruler of the kingdom of Dionia striding out to welcome him. The ruler smiled and said loudly, "Gurney, the warrior of the Simonians, the leader of the Abenelum, welcome to Turiai again! Your Majesty, Devers." Gurney quickly bowed respectfully. "Please come in. Please come in." The Devers warmly welcomed him into the office and told the messenger, "Inform the kitchen to prepare some fruits and syrup. Send them here immediately." The Devers asked Gurney to sit on a wooden chair near the wide desk, but he did not sit behind the desk, but on another wooden chair opposite to it, to show his respect for the weak Abenelum. This small detail touched Gurney a little. He turned his head unnaturally to look behind the desk. There were 2 scribes copying documents on both sides of the desk. The black and white mosaic on the wall that seemed to be a map of Italy attracted his attention. "I remember the last time I saw you was 7 years ago," the Devers said. Gurney quickly looked at the Devers and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." At that time, the palace had not been built yet. The Dever smiled and sighed as if he was chatting with a friend. Time flies. 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect you to send a team to participate this year, so I was really happy when I received the letter from Sesama. I'm even happier that the Abenelum team performed very well in this game. It was beyond my expectations and the people's expectations. I guess many fans will remember the Abenelum from now on. Gurney said modestly, Your Majesty, that was just luck. In the second match against Vig, we lost the game. Seeing that Gurney still had some regrets in his heart, the Dever smiled and said, Yes, your performance made many fans misjudge. They even protested to the City Hall, saying that you and Pikesis were fixing the game. Gurney smiled bitterly and was about to explain. The Dever said again, I watched these 2 games. Actually, Pikasis lost to you because they underestimated the enemy and were not familiar with your playing style. Rugby has been taught to me, by me, Hades, and then to the people. It has been more than 10 years. Due to frequent games and training, the sport of rugby has developed rapidly. As far as I know, many strong teams now have dozens of offensive tactics, and the tasks of the players on the field are becoming more and more detailed. The game is no longer just a contest of strength and speed, but more about wisdom and tactical implementation. When you were fighting against Wig, the complex tactics they used obviously inhibited the performance of your characteristics, so you were quickly defeated. The Devers seriously analyzed the reason for his defeat and finally said, It's not enough to rely on your own hard work. You need to play more games and learn from other teams. I suggest that the Abenelum team should participate in the Lucania Cities competition every year. Of course, Turii will continue to invite you to participate in the finals. Gurney hesitated. Why? Is there a problem? The Devers asked. Gurney quickly said, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I will discuss this proposal with my people when I go back. If there are any difficulties in the game, tell Sexima. He will try his best to help you solve it, the Devers said seriously. Gurney repeatedly agreed. The 2 men chatted for a while about rugby, football, and even the Hercules competition created by the sacrifice of Hercules. Gurney saw that the Devers were in high spirits, so he said, Your Majesty, I came to Turii this time not only to watch my team's performance, but also to tell you something. Oh, what is it? The Devers had a smile on his face. In the beginning, the Kingdom of Dionia signed an alliance with the Hilpini tribe. Both sides formed an alliance. In addition to non-aggression, when one side encounters an enemy, the other side must provide assistance. The alliance also stipulated that no restrictions on the free flow of people from both sides, strengthen trade, exchange of faith, and hire people. But in fact, only the Abenelum really did all of this. The towns and tribes led by Beneventum, Aquam, Tudicum, Eclanum, Ilonia, and other towns and tribes complied on the surface, but secretly forbade their people from contacting the people of Dionia, or they would be severely punished by the tribe's priests. It has been 9 years since the alliance was signed. Your Majesty, you have to admit that the people of Dionia can only come and go freely in the Abenelum territory, but it is difficult for them to set foot in other parts of Saminet. However, the goodwill of the Abenelum people towards Dionia has always been dissatisfied by the great leader Leskok and the other leaders. I believe Your Majesty knows about this. As the term of the alliance approached, although Dionia won the war, the 3 tribes of Saminet were unwilling to become the vassals of Dionia, and their attitude was more unyielding. In the end, they reached a compromise. The duration of the alliance agreement is 10 years, and it can be renewed after the expiration. Leskok and the other tribes suppressed the Abenelum even more severely. They disregarded the tradition of the Saminet people and forcibly divided our grazing area. Once people and livestock cross the line, they will be detained by them. Gurney clenched his fists and said in an agitated and hateful voice, Leskok also contacted the great leaders and high priests of the other tribes and obtained the right to hold the sacrificial ceremony of god Savone in Beneventum next spring. According to tradition, All the Samonet leaders will go to Beneventum to participate in the ceremony. Someone secretly told me that Lesgok wanted to use the reason that I allowed the priest of Hades to preach in the territory, to let the high priests of Samonet convict me of the crime of blasphemy against God during the sacrificial ceremony of the entire Samonet tribe this time. They will carry out divine punishment on me, that is, cut off my limbs and throw me on the top of the mountain for the sacrificial ceremony to be bitten to death by the wild wolves. If I don't participate, they will even convict me of contempt for tradition and blasphemy against God. Not only will I be executed, but the people who support me in Abenelum will also be severely punished. Chapter 6:23. Facing Gurney's expectant gaze, Dives did not hesitate. He immediately nodded and said with a firm tone, Dionia will never let those allies who are truly on friendly terms with us, Dionia, suffer any grievances. Rest assured, Gurney, I will send an emissary to Beneventum to publicly declare my support for you. Any tribe that wants to harm you will be the enemy of Dionia. I will also condemn Hilpini, Cadini, and Pentni for their secret resistance to the covenant in the past few years. The Devers said as he signaled the clerk to record this matter. Gurney was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The stone in his heart was finally lifted, but he heard the Devers say, What I am worried about now is that the Hilpini tribal alliance knows that the Abenelum and Dionia have a good relationship, but they still hold a celebration that is disadvantageous to you when the covenant is about to expire. Aren't they worried that it will cause dissatisfaction and protection from Dionia? Could it be that Lesgok has no intention of renewing the covenant? Gurney was shocked. He had also been worried about the problem that the Devers mentioned, but he would rather believe that this was a strategy of Lesgok. He wanted to use the matter of the Abenelum to pressure Dionia so that he would take the initiative to amend some treaties when renewing the covenant. After all, the strength of Dionia was obvious to all. Any force that dared to offend it would have to first weigh their own weight and whether they could withstand the anger of Dionia. Seeing that Gurney was a little nervous, the Devers smiled and said, In fact, for us, Dionia, whether Hilpini is willing to renew the covenant or not has no impact or loss. But for the Samanai, the Devers showed a compassionate expression and sighed, You love to live in the mountains. This is a long-standing tradition, but living in the mountains has its difficulties. There is not enough arable land to grow food. Although it is possible to raise livestock, you have to be wary of wild beasts. You also have to pray that the winter is not too cold, otherwise it will be difficult for the livestock to survive. Just like the situation 2 years ago, the winter in the mountains is much colder than the coastal area. As for hunting, it is not enough to feed many people. That is why your father united with the other Samanai tribes 10 years ago and launched an attack on Potentia. It was not only because of the instigation of the Syracuse, but also because you need to obtain more land to feed your increasing population. The Devers' words made Gurney's heart sour. 10 years ago, he was still a brave and fierce warrior, fighting under the protection of his father, Vincenzo, but war is not the only way for the Samanai tribe to survive. Strengthening friendly trade with other forces will not only allow you to obtain more food, but you will also not have to worry about losing the war and sacrificing your people. Your Abenelum is the best example. As far as I know, your current life is much better than the other Hilpini tribes. Even the number of children born and surviving in the past few years is much higher than the other tribes. If this continues, in another 10 years, Abenelum will once again become the largest town of Hilpini. Gurney's heart was surging. The Devers were exactly what he was thinking. An important goal in his heart was to take back the position of Hilpini that once belonged to the Abenelum. Sufficient food and good medical skills are the most important conditions for the survival and growth of a tribe. The Devers said in a serious tone, In the past, the surrounding forces of the Samanai, Campania, and Lucania were unwilling to deal with you because of fear, so you had to rely on plundering to solve the problem of survival. Now, Dionia is the only country that is willing to have friendly relations with the Samanai, but the Samanai people reject our kindness and say that we are blaspheming the gods. The priests of the Hades disregarded the difficulties of life in the mountains and stayed in Abernalum for many years, helping many sick Samanai people for free, helping many Samanai people in trouble. To you, the Hades is a god of a foreign race. But so what? I can say that the main gods of the Greeks were once foreign gods. It was the Greeks who finally became our own gods through long-term contact with the surrounding forces, such as Egypt and Persia. Now, some Campanians even worship your god, Savone, to bless the safety of their livestock. Moreover, the priesthood of the Hades does not conflict with the current gods of the Samanai people. You didn't have a god who controlled death and hell in the past. Why don't you try to accept it? The sincere words of the Devers made Gurney very uneasy. In fact, he had taken the initiative to contact the Dionia at the beginning because he was forced to. In fact, he had some resistance in his heart. At this moment, listening to the words of the Devers, he benefited a lot. He felt a little guilty and wanted to explain. The Devers waved his hand and said, "The other Samanai tribes are actually unwilling to accept the kindness of the Dionia, and we will not force them. But I can't help but worry about the Abernalum." Gurney was stunned, and soon his eyes widened. "Your Majesty, are you saying that Lescok will launch a war against the Abernalum?" Once Hilpini does not renew the contract with the Dionia, it is likely that they will retaliate against the Abernalum, who disobeyed the decision of the tribal alliance. I don't need to say more about the conflict between you and Lescok, right? The Devers looked at him and said solemnly, "At that time, if the Dionia expresses its support for you, it may cause a second war between the kingdom and the Samanai people. The war with the Samanai is not what I want, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Senate to make a decision to support you." When Gurney heard this, he was a little anxious. Is Dionia going to let Lescok lead his troops to attack the Abernalum? Don't forget that the Abernalum has been abandoned by the other Hilpini tribes because it has always been friendly with the Dionia. The Devers looked calm, ignoring Gurney's agitated waving hands. He said slowly, "This is just a guess on our part. The Hilpini alliance, led by Beneventum, may also not be willing to risk losing the ally of Dionia and choose to renew the contract. But no matter what, there will always be danger for your Abernalum. There is a way to make the Abernalum completely safe." At this point, the Devers stopped talking. Gurney immediately asked, "What way?" The Devers did not answer directly, but asked calmly, "The Abernalum should have a lot of contact with Potentia, right? What do you think is the difference between today's Potentia and 10 years ago?" "What's the difference?" The impression of the Potentia people in the past flashed in Gurney's mind. The biggest difference was probably the attitude towards the Samanai people. In the past, the Potentia people were afraid of the Samanai people, but now not only were they not afraid, but they also took the initiative to contact the Samanai people. Just like the Potentia person, Jinnit, they met when they came here, they wanted to trade with the Abernalum. In the past, Potentia was as poor and backward as the Samanai people. If there was no major event, there was little contact between the tribes. But some time ago, when they passed through Potentia, they saw a lively town. Many tribes had temporary markets or permanent small markets between their settlements. The reason was that the Dionia people had helped to build some roads, making it fast and convenient to travel between the Potentia tribes. Gurney was silent for a while, with a little vigilance on his face. He hesitantly whispered, "Your Majesty, do you want to make the Abernalum become a free city of Dionia? If it becomes a free city, apart from belonging to Dionia in name, nothing will change for the Abernalum, and it will also get a lot of benefits, just like Potentia." The Devers said tempting words in a relaxed manner, but Gurney was silent. "Of course, this is just a suggestion of mine." The Devers smiled and did not continue to urge him. "You can go back and think about it. In fact, it is not only the Abernalum that is facing such trouble. Laconia is also facing the same problem. We have also given them the same advice." Laconia? Gurney felt that the name was quite familiar. He thought about it carefully. It seemed to be a town of Kautini, which was located in the mountains north of Annona. Gurney was surprised, but his mood relaxed a little. It turned out that the Abernulum was not facing the dilemma of fighting against the Samnite tradition alone. In the territory of Delnia in Sicily, although the Ministry of Military Affairs only had one corps here, the 8th Legion, there were 2 barracks. One was in Taormignan, which was usually more of a fortress because it could not accommodate too many soldiers. The other was located on the northern edge of the Catania plain between the cities of Catana and Sicily, which was the real camp of the 8th Legion. At this time, the barracks of the 8th Legion were already bustling with noise, and it was no longer the desolate scene in the past. Galadmos led the pack into the barracks. Although the road was full of soldiers coming and going, and the soldiers' dormitories of similar sizes and styles lined up on both sides, these did not affect his ability to go where he wanted to go. After all, before he was transferred to Naxos, the Ministry of Military Affairs had transferred his military affiliation to the 8th Legion. He had trained in this barracks many times, and he could be said to be very familiar with it, although he was only a reserve soldier. Galadmos walked in a slightly crowded passage. He seemed to hear someone calling his name. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure. Diacasis rushed to his side with a smile on his face. The blessing of the goddess of luck has allowed me to see you here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have transported the newly harvested wheat here, Galadmos complained. Chapter 6:24. The kingdom's Ministry of Finance has sent a letter asking us to transport the grain paid by the people of Naxos as land tax to Catanae. It said that we want to replace the old grain in the granary. But why do we have to send the newly harvested grain to the barracks? The granary is in Catanae, more than 10 miles away from here. Isn't it because you have evidence of Laodigian colluding with the Cycles? We're going to use force against the Cycles. Galadmos' words shocked Diacasis. With a slightly unfriendly expression, he asked in a low voice, this time the 8th Legion announced to the public that they were going to conduct a military training in advance for the gathering of citizen soldiers into the military camp. How did you know? I was the first to discover this incident. Besides, the commotion caused by your search of Laodigian's mansion in Naxos was too big. Some rumors have already spread. Besides, the number of people here, Galadmos pointed to the surroundings, is far more than the number of people in a military training. It's more like the entire legion has gathered here. I'm a mathematical researcher, so I'm more sensitive to this. The Turiaeus trial of these Sicilian senators has not yet begun, but the Senate must be angry at the Cycles who bribed and used the senators. They have not officially declared war, so you better keep it a secret. Diacasis warned in a low voice. Galadmos nodded knowingly, then asked curiously, "Which brigade are you in?" Diocassus's expression suddenly became a little awkward. Under Gerard's questioning, he hesitantly put down his hand that was pressing on his left chest. Then Gerard Moss saw the pattern of a scale drawn on the linen breastplate on his chest. "You are a military judge," Galadmos said in surprise. Suddenly, the surrounding soldiers stopped in their tracks and looked over. "Damn you, Galadmos!" Diacasis cursed in a low voice, a little flustered and exasperated. "Do you want me to be hated by the soldiers?" A military judge has always been feared by the soldiers, and this position is indeed very suitable for you. Galadmos shrugged and added, "The Inspector of Naxos is indeed suitable to be the military judge of the 8th Legion." "No, this is not suitable at all. I used to be the first company commander of the 1st Legion," Diacasis said angrily. Why did he become a military judge in Sicily? Galadmos was also a little puzzled. It must be those old fogies from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Diacasis gritted his teeth and said, "That's why I'm going to the main tent to look for the Legion commander and ask him to transfer me back to my original position." Find Legion Commander Prososus. "He is not an easy man to talk to," Galadmos reminded him. Diacasis felt a headache coming on as he thought about how tough Legion Commander Prososus was in the past. However, he still said firmly, "No matter what, I have to try." "Don't be disappointed even if Army Commander Prososus doesn't agree. Galadmos held back his laughter and comforted him with a serious expression. The military judge actually suits you quite well. You better hope that I can convince Legion Commander Persosis, or else. Diacasis straightened his chest and threatened in a low voice with a smile on his face. All of you stop right now. I want to search these grains and see if there are any illegal items hidden inside. You are indeed suitable to be a military judge. Galadmos laughed without showing any signs of weakness. The main tent that Diacasis mentioned was actually not a real tent, but a brick and stone building, the Legion headquarters. The 8th Legion commander Leotychides was sitting on a wooden chair, staring motionlessly at the wooden map of Sicily hanging on the wall. The Legion's adjutant hurriedly walked to the door, but he did not go in directly. Instead, he asked the guard next to him, "How is it inside?" The guard immediately complained. He has been sitting there motionlessly for most of the day. He hasn't even eaten breakfast in the morning. I have already heated it up twice. The aide-de-camp patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, and then walked in quietly. He coughed twice, but Leotychides did not respond. He called out softly, but Leotychides still did not respond. He had to shout, "Legion Commander!" Leotychides finally turned around, looked at him, and said coldly, "Stephos, what's the matter?" Stephos felt that Leotychides seemed to be a little angry, so he quickly said, "As per your request, I have invited Sir Cypros." Leotychides' expression softened a little. "Let him in. Legion Commander." Stephos had to remind him tactfully, Sir Cypros is the senator of Dionia whom His Majesty trusts, and the chief executive of Cadonai. We cannot be too negligent. Stephos thought to himself, you are just a new Legion commander, and you are not even a senator. You should at least go out to greet him as a sign of respect. Unexpectedly, Leotychides looked up at him with a cold gaze. I want to discuss important matters of the kingdom with Sir Cypros. If I make too much noise, it will only attract the attention of the Psyker people. Legion Commander Prosopis is right. Hearty laughter came from the door. That's why I came here, quietly. Sir Cypros. Stephos hurried to greet him. Cypros nodded at him with a smile and walked into the room, as if he did not care about Leotychides' slight. Leotychides also stood up and nodded at Cypros. Sir Persosis, please tell us what shocking decision you have made. Having spent a few years with Leotychides and Cadonai, although they did not have much contact, Cypros knew the character of the highest military commander of Sicily. He said as he pulled a chair over and sat down. Leotychides did not beat around the bush. He walked to the map on the wall and said in a deep voice, I have decided to lead the 8th Legion to the west tomorrow, bypass Mount Etna and enter Argirion. Stephos, who was standing by, was astonished to hear this. Cypros, on the other hand, remained calm. He asked softly, why the rush? The Senate has not yet passed a resolution to declare war on Tanique, and Argirion is a friendly town with Dionia. It is our ally. I believe Sir Cypros has already seen the intelligence that Xenophanes sent into the hinterland of the Psyker people to gather. Leotychides tapped on the wooden planks on the wall. The Tanique tribe has completely taken control of Capharoidion, the westernmost town of the Psyker people, a few years ago. They later acquired the land of Enna and control the 2 important towns of Hina and Hebeda. Most of the Psyker tribes to the west of Argirion, Morgantina, and Kenturapa are under the rule of the Tanique leader, Acaris. Leotychides extended his left hand and covered the center of the mainland of Sicily. He said solemnly, I believe that after His Majesty the Devers and the Senate have seen this intelligence, they will never allow a powerful Psyker force to emerge in the most important western part of Dionia, the Catania Plains. The order for the 8th Legion to wage war against them will probably arrive not tomorrow, but the day after. But when that time comes, I'm afraid that Tanique will be ready to defend himself. Fighting in the mountainous interior of Sicily is disadvantageous to us. We are unfamiliar with the terrain, and the Cycles are skilled in guerrilla warfare. In the past, they used this tactic to assist Dionysius and gave Carthage and Margot a lot of trouble. Once the war starts, I'm afraid that our army will be ambushed by the Psyker people even when marching and camping in the mountains. This will definitely prolong the war, and it will be very disadvantageous to Dionia because we are still fighting another war against the Downy people in the south. According to Xenophanes' intelligence, there are even some tribes in Argerian who support Tanique. The situation is getting more urgent, so I purposely announced that we're going to conduct military training. But I gathered all the soldiers of the 8th Legion and rushed to Argerian before the Tanique tribe could react. We will completely stabilize this important town of the Psyker people, and at the same time intimidate the other Psyker tribes so that they will not side with Tanique. And then Leotychides pointed to a town not far to the southwest of Argerian and said in a serious tone, "We will first take down Hina City, which has the weakest defense, and give the other Psyker tribes the confidence to rise up against Tanique, who is bent on unifying Psyker." Stephos was excited when he heard this, but at the same time he looked at Cypros worriedly. Would Chief Administrator Cadnai agree to such a bold plan? Even if Cypros did not agree, he believed that Leotychides would still carry out the plan, but the 8th Legion would undoubtedly be in big trouble and difficulties. Cypros laughed. "I've always said that you, Persosus, don't like to talk, but I didn't expect you to be able to move people with your words." Leotychides did not seem to find Cypros's words funny and remained expressionless, but he understood what Cypros was trying to say. "You agree." Leotychides was focused on military affairs and usually did not pay much attention to the higher-ups of the kingdom of Dionia, nor did he visit them often. Otherwise, he would have known that Cypros was a smart, flexible, and daring elder who broke the rules. In the past, under his urging, Trine fully supported Dionia of the Southern Alliance. After the Southern War, he was the one who persuaded the people of Trine to let Trine become the first Greek city-state to take the initiative to join the kingdom of Dionia, not counting Laos. Now, when he was the chief administrator of Carthage, under the pretense of friendly relations with the city-states of Dionia, he had actually gone against the agreement between the kingdom of Dionia and the kingdom of Dionia. He had strengthened relations with the Greek city-states on the south coast of Sicily, such as Gela, Camelina, Paxenus, Agrigento, and so on, although they did not form an alliance with the kingdom of Dionia on the surface. They had actually sided with the kingdom of Dionia. That was why these city-states had sent delegations to attend Turiaeus Hades celebrations. Chapter 6:25. I need you, my lord, to immediately send word to the surrounding city-states and the friendly Psyker tribes after you receive the Senate's declaration of war. Leotychides did not bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Urge Tanis, Leontini, and the other allied states to send their troops to Aegilion to meet up with the 8th Legion. Also, I hope you can help the logistics officers of the 8th Legion in terms of the gathering and transportation of rations. Also, send your best men to take over the Psyker towns that we have occupied. Cypros pondered for a moment and said seriously, I can agree to all of your requests. I'm also preparing to write a letter to His Majesty, explaining the reason for us to send out our troops first. I'm sure he will understand. Also, I need to inform Sicily, Naxos, and especially Lord Myron. I'm sure he will agree with you and give you strong support from the north side of Mount Etna. Leotychides did not expect Cypros to agree so readily, and was even more thoughtful than he was. Cypros even took the initiative to take on some of the responsibilities. He had never been good at expressing his gratitude, so he said softly, "Thank you." "All right, I won't disturb your preparations. May the Hades bless the 8th Legion." Cypros stood up. Stephos sent him out. Cypros turned around and said to him in the tone of an elder, "This is a great opportunity for you to make a contribution. Follow Prosos and fight well. Don't lose to your good friend Patroclus." With that, Cypros winked at him mischievously. Cypros had a good impression of the Dionysian army from the beginning. Later, he had fought side by side with Dionia's commanders during the Southern Italian War. After entering the Senate, Cypros had also been in close contact with former mercenary elders such as Capys, Helos, Amyntas, and Alexis. Naturally, he was also familiar with Amyntas' adopted son. Looking at Cypros being escorted away by the guards, Stephos could not help but laugh. Cypros! Words reminded him of his good friend who had already become a captain and was leading the army in Downey to kill the enemies. Stephos' face inadvertently revealed a smile again. "Stephos," said a voice, interrupting his thoughts. Diocassus. Looking at the man who was striding toward him, Stephos was surprised. "What's going on today? I keep running into acquaintances." Stephos and Diocassus were both orphans of the Amendolan people. One of them became the adopted son of Amyntas, while the other was the adopted son of Drax. The two of them were about the same age and had played together since they were young. They had a very good relationship. Stephos immediately went up and gave Diocassus a strong hug. "Brother, it's been a while. Are you here to see Commander Persosus?" "Yeah, is he inside?" Diocassus asked in a nervous voice. "Here. He must be in a good mood now," Stephos reminded him. "Thank you, brother." Diocassus patted his shoulder gratefully. Then he took a deep breath and shouted, "Report, military judge Diocassus requests to see you." "Come in." Leotychides' majestic voice came from inside the house. Diocassus walked into the house. Leotychides was still staring at the map on the wall. "Army commander." Diocassus saluted. "What's the matter?" Leotychides did not even turn his head. "Commander, I was originally the captain of the 1st Company of the 1st Brigade. Now I'm suddenly appointed as a military judge." "Why?" Diocassus mustered up his courage and asked. "This is not my order." Leotychides replied faintly. "I know. However, I hope that you will allow me to return to my position as the 1st Company's captain. I'm not qualified to be a military judge. I'm better at leading troops to kill the enemy." Diocassus also threw caution to the wind and said these words confidently. When Leotychides heard this, he immediately turned around and looked at him from head to toe. He asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes, Commander," Diocassus said loudly. Leotychides nodded. "I agree. You can step down from your position as a military judge and go to the 1st Company." "Huh." Diocassus was originally prepared to argue, but he did not expect Leotychides to agree so readily. He thought that he had heard wrongly and said, subconsciously, "Then the military judge!" "This is not a problem you should be concerned about." Leotychides interrupted him. "But if you don't do a good job as a captain, I'm afraid that you can only be a military judge in the 8th Division. Don't worry." Diocassus excitedly saluted again. When he turned around and left, he even high-fived Stephos, who was standing at the door, to congratulate him. "Stephos," Leotychides shouted. "Yes." Leotychides looked at his young adjutant and said, "I remember that before you were transferred to the 8th Division as an adjutant, you were captain in the 2nd Division. How was your performance in battle?" When Stephos heard this, he immediately replied confidently, "Of course, it was very good. I even led the troops to break through Manduria city." If he had not beaten up Laodician's son to vent his anger for Gydia, his adoptive father, Amyntas, would not have sent him to the 8th Division as an adjutant. While hiding from the limelight, Amyntas also wanted Leotychides, who was known for his strictness, to discipline him. "Are you willing to lead the troops into battle?" Leotychides suddenly said. Can I?" Stephos suddenly became excited. "I only need a messenger here, but the 2nd Brigade's 4th Company urgently needs a captain. Go and familiarize yourself with your soldiers." Leotychides waved his hand. "Yes." Stephos excitedly saluted and turned to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and hurried forward to give Leotychides a hug before quickly running away. A smile appeared on Leotychides' expressionless face. Due to the influence of Laodigian and the other Sicilian elders colluding with the enemy, some Sicilian citizens who were close to them were also involved and were under investigation. Therefore, there was a vacancy in the 8th Division's official establishment. Soldiers could be replaced by reserve soldiers, but the vacancy of team officers was a little troublesome. If there was no suitable team officer to fill the vacancy, it would affect the combat effectiveness of the division. Therefore, when Felicius and the others sent a private message, hoping that Draco's only son could not go into battle, Leotychides was against it. When Diocassus strongly requested to return to his original position, he naturally went with the flow. Just as the tourist football finals were in full swing, the Senate passed the Devers' proposal and declared war on Tannic on the grounds that Tannic of the Psychir tribe intentionally bribed the elders of Dionia, broke the laws of Dionia, violated the agreement, invaded the territory of his own people, and destroyed the peace and tranquility of Sicily. At the same time, the trial of Laodigian, Leciparatus, and the other elders began. Unlike 10 years ago, when the trial was held in the Victory Square in order to reveal the ambitions of the people of Syracuse and to calm the people's hearts, the Devers felt that it was unnecessary this time. According to the normal procedure, the trial was held in the Supreme Court. However, there were still many people who came to the court, hoping to see the second Polixus Laodigian and the other elders being severely punished by the law. Just as the attention of the tourist people was completely attracted by the football match and the trial in the court, the king's Devers, who had the final say, quietly arrived at Cunigurada's mansion under the protection of the palace guards. "How is he?" the Devers asked Herps, who was rushing down the stairs with concern. Herps sighed with pity. "Lord, Cunigurada's lungs have already failed. He caught a cold yesterday, and he has been coughing all night. The ground is covered in blood and phlegm. He fainted this morning and hasn't woken up yet." "It's already." The Devers was silent. He looked around and saw Sostatus, who was accompanying him in the living room. Suddenly he realized something was missing and asked, "Sostatus, where's your brother?" "He's still in the First Legion," Sostatus answered. The Devers was stunned. He asked doubtfully, "Didn't the Ministry of Military Affairs allow him to stay at home to take care of his sick father?" "That's because father thinks he's still in good health. He doesn't want his brother to be seen as evading his military duty by taking care of him," Sostatus said softly. Sostatus's wife, Christina, who was busy commanding the female slaves and preparing lunch for the king's arrival, entered the living room. When she heard this, she quickly complained, "I think father is confused. What if he really—" "No, if Dicaeocrate isn't at home, I'm afraid he'll be criticized by the people. Don't talk nonsense." Sostatus quickly scolded. "Did I say anything wrong?" Christina's almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Sostatus, who had become a big businessman in Dionia, dared not say another word. The Devers were not in the mood to watch a joke. "Christina is right. Oh, Cunigurada." He sighed softly. His heart was heavy. He quickly walked to the door and whispered to the captain of the palace guards, Marcius, "Go to the Ministry of Military Affairs immediately and tell Helos that his father-in-law is dying. Ask him to come quickly. Also, ask him to find a way to get Dicaeocrate to come back from Downey as soon as possible. Don't miss it." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a series of hurried footsteps in the courtyard. Helos, with his wife and children, rushed to the main building. Chapter 6:26. "Now that Helos is here, I'm afraid he won't be able to leave. You should go to the Ministry of Military Affairs and look for Felicius. Ask Helos to come back as soon as possible." The Devers kindly asked Marcius to go to the Ministry of Military Affairs for Helos. Helos rushed to the living room and bowed to the Devers. He asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, how is my father-in-law?" "Not good. He's still unconscious." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Helos's wife, Cunigurada's eldest daughter, burst into tears. Her son, who who was beside her, comforted her. "Taurus, my good boy, help your mother to sit in the living room," the Devers said kindly. He was quite familiar with Helos's son, Taurus, because he was about the same age as Eunice and Hippocrates. They were all classmates at the tourist school and got along well with each other. He had visited the Devers mansion many times. Although he was young, he was mature and sensible. His personality was similar to Helos's, so the Devers liked him very much. At this time, Sostatus also rushed out and welcomed Helos and his family into the living room, just as he was explaining his father's condition to his sister and brother-in-law. The female slave who was taking care of Kinigarada ran downstairs and shouted excitedly, "He's awake! Master! Master, he's awake!" Everyone stood up and was about to rush upstairs. "Let Herpes take a look at your father's condition first." The Devers stopped them. Herpes went upstairs for a while. When he came back down, the sorrow on his face did not dissipate. Instead, it became more intense. He shook his head at the Devers and said in a deep voice, "Lord, Kinigarada is about to be summoned by Hades. Everyone, please go upstairs and see him for the last time." Sostatus and Lalalas' eyes immediately turned red. Helos's face was solemn. His wife burst into tears and was about to run upstairs when Helos pulled her back. He looked back at the Devers and said, "Your Majesty, you are Kinigarada's family. Of course, you should go first." The Devers said softly without holding back. When the Devers walked into Kinigarada's bedroom, although the room was very clean, there was still a strong smell of blood in it. On the contrary, the ventilator, like breathing, had disappeared. The Devers knew that this was not a good sign. Kinigarada lay quietly on the bed. Compared to his healthy self half a year ago, he seemed to have shrunk. He was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. The Devers gently pressed his wrinkled hand and felt sad in his heart. At this moment, Kinigarada opened his cloudy eyes. When he saw the Devers, his eyes lit up. His dry and bloodless lips trembled, and his voice was as thin as a gossamer. "Your Majesty, I have to go." The Devers squeezed his hand hard and said in a low voice, "You won't go. You will always protect this kingdom in the pantheon of the Hades temple." Kinigarada's eyes showed a complicated expression. "I am a terrible general. The burning of Turia, in fact, it has a lot to do with me. I used to think that if it wasn't for your appearance, if it wasn't for the establishment of Dionia, not to mention Turia, even the whole of Greece would have become a land that Dionysius could trample on at will. I'm afraid that the Turis would no longer exist. If that's the case, I really should sincerely thank Hades for giving you to the Turis." The Devers were silent. Kinigarada's breathing began to get heavier. "Dionia. Dionia has created a better home for the Turis, for the Greeks. Before this, I never thought that the Turis and the Crotone could live in the same country. I never thought that the Greeks and the indigenous people could become citizens of the same country. I never thought that the city-states could not only rely on alliances to strengthen each other's strength. They could also centralize management from top to bottom. They could concentrate manpower and material resources more effectively. Hades, why did you summon me so early? Ahem. I still want to see Dionia continue to grow stronger and stronger, until one day all the Greek city-states in the Mediterranean Sea are completely wiped out by war." Kinigarada stared blankly at the ceiling. His pale face seemed to have a bit of redness at the moment, but it soon dimmed. After a while, he turned his head with difficulty and looked at the Devers. "Your Majesty, I have to go. Cornelis is diligent, but he is too cautious. Lysias is cautious and calm, but he lacks courage. Sidorum is courageous, flexible, and intelligent, but his will is not strong enough, and he is also a broody person. Sesta is too radical. Helos is very capable, but he values your opinion too much. Only Antares, he can stabilize the Senate after me, to provide greater help to your Majesty. Adrianx, Nicomachus, Terrace. These senators are also capable, but they still need time. Ahem. Kunigarada coughed violently. The Devers wanted him to have a good rest, and was ready to go out to call Herpes, but he was stopped by his skinny right hand. Your Majesty, before I cross the Styx, let me finish what I have to say. The Devers had no choice but to sit back on the bed. Your Majesty, Syracuse has experienced several upheavals. Their strength has greatly weakened. Although they are not on good terms with us now, they are not worthy of our worry. Instead, our ally, Carthage, we must always be vigilant. Yesterday, I read the intelligence about Sicily copied from the Senate. The Psycheer tribe called Tannic, to be able to develop into such a large force in a few years, and to be able to hide it from us. It is impossible for a small tribe like them to do so. I am afraid that behind them, the Devers' heart skipped a beat. In fact, he had also suspected this before. The kingdom is developing. Carthage is not idle either. They have conquered Namibia and occupied some land on the Iberian Peninsula. I am afraid their strength has recovered. A wolf pack can only have one wolf king. The Western Mediterranean Sea cannot allow two large forces to live in peace for long. You must always be vigilant. At this point, Kunigarada forced himself to use his loose right hand to knock on the Devers' hand. It looked like he had used all his strength, but when it landed on the back of the Devers' hand, it was as powerless as a fallen leaf. However, the Devers nodded seriously. Across the Adriatic Sea in Greece, there has never stopped fighting for hundreds of years. The relationship between the city-states is complicated. It is best for your Majesty not to involve the kingdom. In the eyes of the Greeks there, we are a city-state from a colony. Not only will we not receive their gratitude, instead, we will receive their hatred. Although Sparta is tyrannical in Greece, they are only relying on the support of Persia, Athens, Corinth, Thebes, Argos. Their hatred towards Sparta has not weakened, but increased. Sparta's hegemony will not last long. Your Majesty does not need to worry at all. Just be careful of it stirring up trouble. The Devers listened quietly. As Kunigarada's voice gradually weakened, he gradually bent down so that he could hear him more clearly. Dionia's expansion is in the north. But your Majesty, you have to be patient. Don't be anxious. The Campanians are accepting us. Although the Simonians are stubborn, didn't they still send their team and emissaries to attend the celebration? As for the Rome that your Majesty has mentioned many times, the Celts have defeated the Etruscans. Instead, Rome has successfully occupied a lot of Etruscan lands. It is also the leader of the Latin people. However, its power is not stable. There are still the Walshes and the Hernikians. To go against it, we only need to watch from the sidelines. We can only strike at the last moment. The Celts were defeated by the Rome. King Brenu's prestige has been greatly reduced. The Celtic tribes have once again become scattered. They are no longer a major threat to our land. This is just my opinion. Your Majesty, your judgment has always been accurate. I hope you don't blame me for saying too much. You are right. I have heard everything. The Devers looked at him and said seriously. Kunigarada did not seem to hear him. His eyes were powerlessly looking up, and his voice became weaker as he spoke. In the end, the Devers had to put his ear close to his mouth to hear and even smell the rancid stench coming from his mouth. He knew that it was the smell of death. Your Majesty, you have to be patient. Take down Downey, Ed Pachetti, and Masapi. It will take time to govern them. Slowly integrate them into Dionia. I believe that Apulia will become the most prosperous land in the kingdom in the future. There is nothing that worries me in the kingdom, only the Senate. Senate, your Majesty, I asked Lysias to defend Laodigian and the others. Your Majesty, the Senate is the most important institution that can assist you in governing the kingdom. It is It is the place that unites the cities, unites all the races. The people's eyes are on it. If Laodigian and the other senators are punished too harshly, what will the people of Sicily think? What will Messapi, cough cough, what will Messapi and Pacetti think? 10 years ago, the rebellion of Petaru and the others cannot happen again. Chapter 6, 27. The Devers waited for a moment, but there was no response. He raised his head and stared at the motionless Kunigurata, whose eyes were tightly shut. His heart was filled with a sense of loss. He knew that the old man who had worked so hard for the establishment and expansion of Dionia was gone. Teacher Lysias defended himself, saying the cycles are allies of Dionia, and it is not prohibited for the elders of the kingdom to have private dealings with the emissaries of the alliance. On the contrary, the emissaries of the alliance and other nations that come to Turiai, before meeting the king of Devers and the Senate, will usually contact the elders they are familiar with to understand the situation of the kingdom and ask them to speak on their behalf. This has become a tradition. Why is it that these are normal dealings with the other elders, but when it comes to Laodigian, it becomes a sinner who betrays the interests of the kingdom? The public prosecutor, Frockelon, immediately retorted, saying, Laodigian privately received emissaries from other tribes, accepted a large sum of money, spoke in the Senate, and did not prioritize the interests of the kingdom, but instead spoke for the interests of the Tanibian tribe. This caused the Tanibian tribe's banditry of annexing neighboring tribes to go unnoticed by the Senate. Now, their power has grown to the point where they can threaten the safety of our fertile Catania plains. If this is not treason, then what is treason? After that, he also produced a lot of evidence of Laodigian accepting bribes, as well as excerpts from the records of Laodigian speaking for the Tanibian tribe in the Senate. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, how does your teacher defend himself? Cynthia asked curiously. Teacher Lysias said calmly, the laws of the kingdom do not prohibit the elders from accepting gifts from visitors. Although this situation is no longer as obvious after the Polixus case, it is still not uncommon, especially for the elders who are appointed as the chief executive of a city. Which one of them did not go to work alone when they took office, and when they left office, they returned with 2 or 3 carriages full of gifts. It is not uncommon for senators to have a good opinion of the giver, and to speak well of him in the Senate. If the Senate were to open the minutes of its proceedings, I believe the people would find that there were many such cases, and that Laodigian's conduct was therefore not a violation of the rules. As for causing the Tannic tribe to threaten the safety of their territory, Laodigian probably shouldn't be blamed for this. It was one thing to make a suggestion, but the final approval of the proposal required all the elders of the Senate to come to a unanimous decision. Why didn't any of the elders notice Tanik's plot? What a powerful defense! She asked curiously, how did Lysias explain that Laodigian owned land in Sychar? He said that there is no conclusive evidence for this matter. It's also possible that the slaves saw their master fall and exaggerated the truth in order to gain merit. It can't be used as evidence for the verdict, Crotocatax replied. That's a little quibbling. Christoia frowned slightly and said, the land is in the hands of the Sychar people. It's impossible to go in and collect evidence. Teacher had no other choice. Faced with so much evidence, and with the entire court audience cursing Laodigian as a traitor, he could only try his best to turn the situation around. Just as Clotocatax was defending Lysias, the door to the backyard was pushed open. The Devers, who had been listening at the door for a while, walked into the garden. Father, Clotocatax and Cynthia shouted in unison. How is Lord Kunigurata? Christoia asked with concern. She remembered that the Devers had rushed out after hearing that Kunigurata's condition had worsened and he had fallen into a coma. He went to the Elysee. The Devers said plainly. The 3 of them who had been chatting fell silent. After a while, Christoia asked, when is the funeral? A few days later. His family needs to make preparations. After all, it's going to be a grand funeral. When the time comes, we'll be there, and so will the elders. Cunigurata has made great contributions to Dionia. He'll be stationed in the Pantheon, the Devers said in a low voice. His words could be considered as the final verdict for Cunigurata. Christoia immediately understood her husband's intentions. Sister Agnes and I will bring the children to make preparations. The Devers nodded and looked at his son, who was standing at the side, and asked, "Did you go to the court today?" "Yes, father." "What was the result?" The jury found that Laodigian Lesiparatus and the other elders were not guilty of treason, but were guilty of malfeasance. Judge Tritodemus sentenced Laodigian and Lesiparatus to 3 years in prison, and the others to 1 or 2 years respectively. He also confiscated the proceeds of their bribery and imposed a considerable fine. However, in the end, you still need to make the final decision. Father, this is a power given to the king after the union of Dionia became a kingdom. Do you think I should reverse the verdict and ask for a retrial, or agree with the verdict? The Devers looked at his son and asked. Crotocatax knew that his father was testing him. He immediately gathered his thoughts and thought for a while before answering seriously. "I think we should agree with the verdict." "Oh." "Because in this trial, no one committed perjury and no one was biased. The trial was carried out in a fair and just environment. Even before the trial began, the audience was clamoring for the traitors to be severely punished. This had already affected the jury's judgment, but in the end, even the audience stopped clamoring and agreed with the court's verdict. Father, I don't know if this verdict is in line with your expectations, but it was made in accordance with the laws of Dionia. According to the laws of Dionia, the jury made the final verdict. Accepting this verdict is to respect the sacred laws of Dionia that you have presided over for the past 10 years. Crato, how can you speak to your father in such a tone?" Christoia immediately reprimanded him softly. The Devers, on the other hand, showed a gratified smile. "I am very happy that you have such insight. As a king, he cannot act recklessly. He must also abide by the law and know how to respect the law. Only when the king sets an example will the citizens not act recklessly, and the country's order will be guaranteed." "Yes, father," Crotocatax replied respectfully. Christoia looked at her husband and then at her son with a smile. How could she not know that her husband was educating his son as a future king? Cynthia was also happy for her brother. Although her brother was the eldest son of the Devers, she never thought that the Devers would pass the throne to Adoris. After all, he was only an adopted son, and Crato was the true descendant of the Hades. "Do you know why I have the final verdict?" the Devers asked again. This question stumped Crotocatax. He thought for a moment and hesitated to speak. The Devers understood what he was thinking and asked, "Son, do you think that I am greedy for this verdict?" Crotocatax's expression changed, and he hurriedly shook his head. The Devers smiled slightly. "The law is dead, but the human heart is alive, and the criminal is judged by humans. How can it be completely fair? Moreover, although the law is sacred, it does not completely conform to the morals in the hearts of the people." Completely conform to the morals in the hearts of the people. Seeing that his son seemed to understand, the Devers explained, "For example, this time the sentence of these Sicilian senators is in accordance with the law of Dionia, but the harm and loss they cause to the kingdom is far more than a few years of imprisonment. A war is about to break out in Sicily, and if the measures are not taken properly, there will be endless wars. Don't you think that only 2 or 3 years of imprisonment is too easy for them? Another example is Pyphogres, the son of Laodigian, who will be interrogated tomorrow. He is the devil who killed 5 or 6 girls in a row." When the Devers said this, Christoia and Cynthia, who were at the side, looked angry. "If we let Lysias defend him, with his ability, it is very likely that this murderer will not be sentenced to death, because the law of Dionia does not explicitly state that killing slaves and free people must be sentenced to death. But does this conform to the conscience in our hearts? Does it conform to the prophecy of the Hades?" Father, this person is guilty of the most heinous crimes. The people hope that he will be sent to Hades and be judged by the 3 judges. Cynthia, who had always been gentle, interrupted at this time. It seems that teacher Lysias did not accept the request to defend that person, Clotocatax said hurriedly. If that is the case, Lysias is still wise and calm. Otherwise, even if his defense is successful, his reputation will be ruined. The Devers said to his son with a serious expression, Look, there are still flaws in the law of Dionia. On one hand, we need to improve the law, and on the other hand, we need to hold the final judgment. When we find that there is an obvious error in the judgment, we can ask for a new trial, so that the final result will conform to the morals agreed by the majority of the people. After listening, Clotocatax seriously thought for a while, and hesitantly asked again, Father, just now you said that the human heart is alive, but you have the final judgment. How can you guarantee that you have no selfishness? The Devers was stunned. Christoius shouted again, Crotot! The Devers waved his hand to stop his wife's scolding, and said patiently and proudly, Child, you have the courage to think, the courage to question, and not blindly follow. I am very happy. This means that your studies in the school did not go to waste. Let me tell you, compared to the people of the kingdom, I am the most selfless. Because I am the king, the whole kingdom is my home. How can I allow those lawbreakers to destroy my home and steal my wealth? If I have selfishness, that selfishness is to protect the prosperity and stability of the kingdom. And Chapter 6:28. Clotocatax thought for a while and couldn't help but straighten his chest, as if he was proud of his mission. But then he asked, But many cases are very complicated. How can I ensure that my final judgment is as fair and just as possible? The Devers was satisfied with his son's diligence in learning and asking more questions. He quickly answered, Then you have to learn more, think more, experience more, and listen more. Only then can you become a wise and firm adjudicator. Clotocatax's heart was moved, and he seemed to be deep in thought. The Devers was very talkative at the moment. He then asked, I can see that you have a lot of admiration for Lysias. Yes, father. Clotocatax said happily, Teacher Lysias has a rich knowledge and a wise mind. Not only does he have deep attainments in rhetoric and debate, but his teaching is also lively and interesting. It's very attractive. Lysias is a well-known scholar in all of Greece and the pride of the kingdom of Dionia, the Devers said calmly, then changed the topic. What do you think of Kunigarata? Lord Kunigarata is your best helper, father. Everyone says that the Senate can't do without him. His departure is a great loss to our kingdom. Clotocatax said with a heavy expression. Then, if you stand from the perspective of governing the kingdom, do you prefer Kunigarata or Lysias? The Devers' question stumped Clotocatax again. He pondered for a moment, but still didn't answer. Son, you didn't answer this question according to your preference. It means that you have begun to realize it. The Devers nodded gratifyingly and said, Kunigarata doesn't have Lysias' profound knowledge, nor does he have Lysias' reputation in all of Greece. But he has been governing Dionia diligently for more than 10 years and has made great contributions to the prosperity of the kingdom. In Dionia, there are many more ordinary public officials like Kunigarata. They quietly contribute to the strength of the kingdom. It is because of them that the kingdom of Dionia can create a platform for famous Greek scholars like Lysias to display their talents. They can create a more splendid culture for the kingdom, attract the backward barbarians to join them, and make the lives of the people better. Clotocatax thought for a moment, then looked at his father and said seriously, I understand. Lord Kunigarata and teacher Lysias are equally important. But citizens like Lord Kunigarata are the cornerstone of the kingdom. Without them, there wouldn't be a kingdom of Dionia. Cornerstone. The Devers praised. It's a very vivid metaphor. It seems that you have understood it. When you attend the funeral, you must have such a mentality. Speaking of debate, this is a good thing. The Devers advised again, it can train your thinking, understand the truth, and persuade the other party. But don't indulge in it too much. In the end, you will become a person who only knows how to argue for the sake of arguing. But remember that a practical action is worth 1,000 words. Yes, father. Crotocatax replied respectfully again. You two, father and son, are just chatting. You must be thirsty. Christoia and Cynthia had washed a basket of grapes and apples and placed it on the stone table. Come and eat some fruit. Let's go. Don't let your mother wait too long, or she will be scolded. The Devers joked. Crotocatax smiled. At the end of the Corinth War, Sparta tried its best to surrender to Persia and obtain the support of Persia. At the end of the war, Sparta and the anti-Sparta alliance signed the Great King's Agreement, forcing its two most important enemies, Argos and Thebes, to break up their respective regional alliances. At the same time, Athens was allowed to retain the sovereignty of the northern islands of the Aegean Sea. The three important Greek states were either unable or unwilling to go against Sparta, allowing Sparta to become the overlord of the Greek mainland. Of course, this method of relying on Persia to regain the throne was not convincing to the other city-states. The people of many city-states were spreading a saying, Persia is turning Sparta into Persia's Sparta. Of course, the people of Sparta also heard these rumors, even though Agesilaus forcefully denied it, declaring, Sparta is working hard to turn Persia into Sparta's Persia. However, Sparta's prestige among the Greek city-states had declined significantly, even among its allies. In order to restore its image as the overlord, Sparta had to take action. It targeted the city-state of Mandynia in the central Arcadia region of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, accusing the former allied city-state of not obeying and being loyal to Sparta in all aspects. Therefore, it was forced to tear down its city walls and pledge allegiance to Sparta. After being rejected by the people of Mandynia, Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, led his army to invade Mandynia. After failing to attack the city, he ordered his warriors to block the upper reaches of a river that flowed through the city of Mandynia. In the end, Mandynia was flooded and the city was completely destroyed. This atrocity shocked many of the city-states in Greece. The horrible and bloody memories of the people of Sparta resurfaced in their minds, especially since the city-states on the Peloponnesus Peninsula no longer took the initiative to challenge the authority of Sparta. However, becoming the overlord of the Peloponnesus Peninsula was not enough to satisfy the desires of the people of Sparta. There had always been a huge shadow in the hearts of the king and elders of Sparta, and that was the kingdom of Ionia. Although Ionia and Sparta were now allies, both sides knew very well that this alliance was not based on long-term friendship, but the need for short-term interests. Moreover, the kingdom of Ionia was still growing, which urged the people of Sparta to unite more forces in Greece in order to fight against this powerful kingdom that was rising in the western Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, they set their sights on the northern part of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. At this time, a group of emissaries arrived in the territory of Sparta. This group of emissaries came from the wild mountains in the northwest corner of the Aegean Sea. Macedonia was a weak and backward country located at the northern border of Greece, far away from the core area of Greek culture. Whether it was ordinary Greeks or well-known scholars, they all thought it was a country of barbarians and despised them. However, the people of Macedonia admired Greece so much. Not only had their kings always claimed to be descendants of the royal family of Argos. In ancient times, many Greek city-states united and chose the Argos as their leader because of the glorious past of Argos. Since the return of the descendants of Hercules, almost all the important Greek kings came from Argos, such as King Agamemnon of Mycenae. This was also the reason why the people of Argos often boasted that they were nobler than the people of Sparta, and the people of Macedonia often regarded the Greeks, who came to settle in their territory, as distinguished guests. However, the respect that the people of Macedonia had for Greece was not taken seriously by the Greek states. Although it had a large territory and a large population, it was surrounded by the Illyrians, Dardanians, and Thracians. In the northernmost part, there were also the wandering Celts. These races were not only fierce, but also numerous. Years of invasion and harassment made the people of Macedonia tired of dealing with them. The country was also in a long period of war, unable to develop well. In the 9th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 384 BC, someone in the royal family of Macedonia colluded with the Illyrians and launched a larger invasion, driving the king of Macedonia, Amyntas, out of Macedonia. Before the king fled Macedonia, in order to protect the towns of Macedonia from being plundered and to gain the support of the Greeks, he signed an agreement with Macedonia's neighbor in the southeast, the Celtic League. The Celtic League handed over the low-lying areas and coastal towns of Macedonia to the Celtic League. The Celtic League was originally an alliance formed by some Greek city-states in the Celtic half-island. The rules of the League stated that all members were equal, trading with each other, helping each other, and defending against foreign enemies. However, with the participation of some of the towns of Macedonia, the strength of the Celtic League was strengthened, and the powerful state in the center of the Celtic half-island, Olympus, benefited greatly. The people of Olympus began to look forward to the establishment of a larger alliance that included the entire Celtic half-island and its surrounding areas. Of course, this alliance must be led by Olympus. 1 year later, the 10th year of the kingdom of Dionia, the king of Macedonia, Amyntas, regained his throne with the help of Thessaly and the Celtic League. After Amyntas's throne was stabilized, he wanted to take back the land that was previously given to him. This was rejected by the city-states of the Celtic League, led by Olympus. At this time, the people of Thessaly also helped Amyntas appeal to the people of Targetic League. Although the two countries of Thessaly and Macedonia had border conflicts from time to time, the people of Thessaly knew that if their neighbor, Macedonia, became too weak and could not resist the fierce Illyrians, it would be disadvantageous to both Thessaly and the Celtic League. The persuasion of the people of Thessaly caused some of the city-states in the Celtic League to waver, especially two of them, Acanthus and Apollonia. They were worried that Olympus's power would increase rapidly in the long run, and he would dominate the entire Celtic League. So, they secretly sent people to Amyntas to ask for help from Sparta. So, the Macedonian emissaries came to Sparta. In response, the Council of Elders of Sparta held a meeting to discuss this. Chapter 6:29. Sparta knew that the location of the Cargetic Peninsula in northern Greece was very important. It was shaped like a harpoon and was nicknamed Poseidon's Trident. It was located in the middle of the important sea route from the mainland of Greece to the Black Sea. Moreover, according to the messenger, Olympus is actively sending messengers to contact Thebes and Athens. Therefore, the Council of Elders almost unanimously passed the resolution to rescue Macedonia. In fact, there was another important point that the king and elders of Sparta had a tacit understanding. They needed Macedonia, their northern ally, to cooperate with Sparta to squeeze the strategic space of Thebes and Athens from the south and north. At the same time, Sparta needed a large number of soldiers and strong cavalry. After the decision was made, Euryalus stood up and said with a solemn expression, "I think before we send our troops to Cargetic, we'd better confirm another important matter." As soon as he said this, the faces of the elders in the hall changed. They all knew what Euryalus was talking about. The 10-year alliance with Dionia would expire in a few months. In the past few days, the Council of Elders had held a discussion on the issue of whether to continue the alliance with Dionia, and the result was a heated debate. The radical elders, led by the young king of Sparta, Agesiporus, believed that after the end of the Corinth War, Sparta had become the overlord of Greece again, and there was no need to worry about Dionia. On the contrary, Sparta must restrain Dionia's expansion. They could not allow it to conquer Apulia, which was only separated from the Peloponnesus peninsula by the Adriatic Sea. This would pose a threat to the security of Sparta's territory. After all, it was a Greek kingdom that ignored the authority of Sparta and dared to threaten Sparta. On the other hand, the conservative elders, led by Agesilaus, who were more conservative when it came to Ionia, believed that although Sparta relied on the great king's peace to regain control of the situation in Greece, compared to before the Corinth War, Sparta was not only weaker, but its prestige was also declining. Thebes, Athens, and other city-states could jump out at any time to go against Sparta. Before the complete suppression and unification of the city-states in Greece, not only should they not provoke this powerful kingdom, but they also had to prevent Ionia from interfering with Sparta's authority as the executor of the great king's peace in Greece. Therefore, it was necessary to renew the treaty. King Agesilaus, the treaty with Ionia will only expire in January next year. We have 4 months. Let us consider this important issue carefully. There is no need to make a decision in such a hurry. Agesilaus's uncle, the former regent, Praxedes, said calmly, "After all, it is too important. It is related to the development of Sparta for the next 10 years. We must be careful. It is precisely because of the importance of this treaty. It is not only related to the development of Sparta for the next 10 years, but it is also related to the war that we are about to launch. That is why I want everyone to make a decision as soon as possible." Agesilaus said seriously, "What we are fighting against the Chaldidic alliance is not a war but a battle. Once our army steps onto the land of the Chaldidic half-island, what awaits the Orynthians is only a crushing defeat," Agesilaus said confidently. Agesilaus, who was already 30 years old, said confidently. In the past 10 years he had grown from a young king to the king of Sparta, and he had been through many battles. Especially when he led the army to destroy Mandinia, he had won many praises. Standing among the elders who were in their 60s and 70s, his youth was especially eye-catching, compared to the high-spirited Agesilaus. Agesilaus, who was in his 50s, was not only lame, his hair was white, and his back was a little bent. He said calmly, "War is unpredictable. Otherwise, we would not have expected it 10 years ago. We were just helping Phocis in a battle, but it turned into a war that lasted for 10 years. Sparta had no choice but to rely on our former enemy, Persia, to end the war that consumed too much of our strength." Agesilaus' words caused the elders to reminisce, and they sighed from time to time. "Now, our warriors are going to leave Peloponnesus and head to the northern Greece region that we have never fought before, the Chaldidic Peninsula. I heard that the situation there is very complicated. Not only are there internal city-states fighting, but it also involves Macedonia and Thessaly, the 2 most populous regions. Even Thebes and Athens are connected to them. Will our interference cause a new war? This must make us vigilant." Agesilaus' words made the elders fall into deep thought. Since the expedition to the Chaldidic Peninsula might have such a terrible result, King Agesilaus, why did you still support the expedition just now? Praxedes sneered at Agesilaus' insincerity. Agesilaus still retorted calmly, "I support the expedition because this is in line with Sparta's interests. If the Chaldidic League is allowed to grow without restraint, then the other Greek city-states will follow its example and form an alliance. This will not only make the great king's contract ineffective, but it will also shake Sparta's prestige in Greece. Moreover, by winning over Macedonia and conquering the Greek city-states on the Chaldidic island, it will be beneficial for us to occupy the route to the Black Sea and threaten Athens to not dare to oppose Sparta in the future. However, to be on the safe side before the expedition, we should continue the alliance agreement with Ionia to ensure that when the war in northern Greece expands, Ionia will not intervene. Besides, even if we conquer Chaldidic, there are still Agos, Athens, Thebes. These city-states are still dissatisfied with us. If we want to restore the prosperity after the Peloponnesus War, Sparta will still need time. So I don't want during this period of time when Sparta is working hard to develop, a Persia similar to the Corinth War will appear in the western Mediterranean Sea and make things difficult for Sparta. Moreover, once we renew the contract with Ionia, judging from the past 10 years, the Ionia are still trustworthy. If we want to renew the contract, Ionia might not agree to it, Praxedes said coldly. Then wouldn't we be able to detect Dionia's malicious intentions towards Sparta? And we can also take precautions in advance, Agesilaus replied calmly. Asking us to renew the contract with Dionia in the colonies will damage Sparta's reputation. Why don't we ask Dionia to send someone to Sparta to renew the contract? Agesilaus said unwillingly. Aeneas looked at the king of Sparta, who was on the same level as him, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He advised with the tone of an elder. There's an old saying in Sparta, gorgeous clothes are not as durable as sturdy coarse cloth. Since we have taken the initiative to seek peace with Persia, Greece's archenemy for decades, and caused ourselves to be cursed for it, why should we care about making a trip to Greece? Didn't we take the initiative to sign the agreement with Dionia during the Corinth War? Everything we do is for the sake of Sparta's strength. What does personal honor matter? Agesilaus' words made the elders nod, and Agesilaus was unable to refute. Although Agesilaus took the throne by a narrow margin, and his biggest supporter, Lysander, died in battle a few years later, not only was he not neglected in the Elder Council, but after more than 10 years of operation, his influence in the country grew day by day, especially in the Elder Council. Although these Sparta elders were brave warriors when they were young, they were now old men in their 60s or 70s. Instead of taking risks, most of them preferred to be safe. Agesilaus was a king who liked to use strategy rather than fists. He was the first to propose peace with Persia. Therefore, when the Elder Council voted on this matter, most of them agreed to immediately go to Dionia to discuss the renewal of the contract. The messenger candidate was quickly selected. He was the one who was responsible for signing the treaty with Dionia back then, Callisops. In the Sicyer town at the center of the mainland of Sicily, Cephalotion, many Sicyer tribe leaders gathered again. Sitting at the head of the table was the leader of the Tannic tribe, Acarus. He scanned the crowd and said loudly, "Leaders, the Turii have sent news that Laodigian, Lysipparatus, and the others have been arrested by Dionia. They will be put on trial soon. The Dionia must have found out about what we have done. Perhaps they are preparing an army to declare war on us." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge commotion in the crowd. The leaders could not hide the shock on their faces. One of the leaders stood up and asked anxiously, "Leader Acarus, how did you get the news? Or did you hear the rumors? What would you do if I told you the news, Leader Zamasis?" Leader Zamaxis. Arcones widened his eyes and stared at him like a beast that was about to devour him. Of course, I will send someone to explain to the Senate of Dionia." Zamasis stammered. "Explain what?" Apidas, another leader who had a close relationship with Acarus, mocked. "Explain why you want to annex other tribes and take the wives of other leaders as your concubines." The leaders beside him laughed in disdain. "It's useless to beg for mercy from Dionia." Acarus slammed the armrest and stood up. He looked at the leaders and said loudly, "Look at how Dionia treated the non-humans in the past. Lucania was annexed. Brudi was annexed. Messapi was forced to be annexed. Pacheti was annexed. And now they are annexing Downey. Dionia will never allow the non-humans to exist independently. Perhaps in the eyes of the greedy king of Dionia, we Sicyer are already his next target. We have violated the treaty and attacked and annexed other tribes. We have already given him an excuse to start a war. Perhaps Dionia's troops are already on their way to Sicily." The leaders were in an uproar again. They whispered to each other anxiously. Chapter 630. This was a leader who had a close relationship with Arcones. His question caused the panicking leaders to focus their gazes on Arcones. Arcones took over the conversation. "What should we do?" "Gather our warriors and form a strong army. We'll declare war on Dionia and take back everything we've lost." The leaders were shocked again. An old leader reminded him, "Chief Arcones, don't forget that Dionia defeated the overlord of Syracuse, Dionysius, 10 years ago. The kingdom of Dionia is even more powerful now." How can we fight against the powerful kingdom of Dionia? Some of the leaders nodded in agreement, but Arcones immediately said, we're fighting against Dionia alone? We have the support of the equally powerful Carthage. The leaders were shocked when they heard this. Arcones raised his head and took out a letter from his pocket. He handed it to the leader beside him. The other leaders ignored their statuses and gathered around the letter. The Carthaginians told us that as long as we stand up against Dionysia, they will intervene in this war and help us, the people of Cycle, gain independence. Aclis said loudly with a hint of smugness. The Carthage is just using us, one of the leaders said. The Carthage is using us, but we are also using them. Otherwise, how could Kyphorocian and Enna be taken down so easily? Arcones sneered. Some of the leaders suddenly realized that the Carthage had been supporting the Taninian tribe for a long time. Otherwise, how could this tribe, which was almost abandoned by the Sickers, grow into such a powerful tribe in just a few years? All right, leaders, you know the situation now. It's time to take action. Arcones looked around and said in a serious tone, All of you, gather the warriors of your tribe here, and we will attack Agilion together. Attack Agilion. Agilion was the largest town in Sickers. It had many people and high walls. It was extremely difficult to attack. The leaders were stunned. Arcones said respectfully to a middle-aged leader on his left, Uncle Cecopus, what do you think? No problem. My tribe is ready. As soon as your army attacks Agilion, they will immediately cooperate with you in the city. Cecopus, the leader of the large tribe of Traekler in the city of Agilion. Someone recognized him, and his face changed slightly. Only then did he remember that Arcones was the son of the former king of Syccar, Agilion, and Agilion was the seat of the royal court of Syccar. Although Dionysius had poisoned Agilus to death and destroyed the kingdom of Cycle, there were still supporters of Arcones in Achillon. Let's go back to the tribe and gather our clansmen immediately. The chiefs, who each had their own thoughts, expressed their agreement. Arcones said, You don't need to go back. Send your men back to carry out the task. I'm holding a banquet in the city. I'd like to invite all the leaders to attend. The leaders' faces all changed. This was forcing them to take sides, but when they saw the fully armed soldiers rushing into the hall, most of the leaders obediently obeyed. Over the past few years, Arcones had led his army to conquer several cities and occupied many tribes. The leaders who dared to resist were all killed by his sword. Those who survived were all cowards who helped him deceive Dionia, so they did not dare to resist now. Just then, a guard hurried in and whispered a few words in Arcones' ear. He was just looking at the embarrassed leaders with a smug expression, but now he was stunned. His men had told him that Dionia's 8th Legion had suddenly stationed in Agilion. The sudden news disrupted his original plan, and he immediately discussed it with Hippus nervously. Cecopus, who had been arrogant just now, was also panicking. At the same time, his confidant also reported to him that Agilion had been sealed, and they could not get in touch with the tribes in the city. After a tense discussion, Arcones immediately announced to the leaders that they were to send more men back to gather their clansmen. They had to bring the army to Cephalotion tomorrow. In order to appease the confused leaders, the banquet continued. But when the banquet that lasted for a few hours was about to end, the guard brought another piece of bad news. Arcones, who was slightly drunk, could not control his emotions and smashed the ceramic cup in his hand. The news that the 8th Legion of Dionia had quickly captured Hina made him lose his cool, and the leaders even more panicked. A few of the leaders from Hina even cried bitterly, and the cheerful atmosphere of the banquet was completely gone. Callissippus, who was already in his 50s, received the decision of the Council of Elders. After a secret discussion with Aias, he hurried to the port of Gophion, boarded a passenger ship, and headed for Dionia. The passenger ship drifted along the west coast of the Peloponnesus Peninsula for a night. The next morning, it sailed across the Adriatic Sea and docked at the top of the heel of the Italian peninsula. This was the city of Odlum, which belonged to the kingdom of Dionia. After a night's rest, Callissippus had regained his energy. After disembarking, he leisurely strolled around the port. Odrum used to be a city-state of the Messapian people. Although it used to be near the Adriatic Sea, few Greeks knew about it. This was because the famous Messapian city-states were Brindisi and Mazzania. Odrum, on the other hand, was surrounded by uneven terrain and inconvenient transportation. Hence, very few Greek merchant ships were willing to stop here. It was not until Dionysia conquered the Messapian region that this town gradually became famous. Callissippus saw that there were many merchant ships anchored in the port, and it was even a little crowded. Laborers were rushing back and forth on the dock, constantly moving goods. It was a little hectic, and there would occasionally be some mistakes. From time to time, the owners of the ships would curse and even cause some small conflicts. Therefore, the patrol team had been maintaining order at the dock. It was obvious that the people of Odlum had not fully adapted to such a busy port. He also noticed that there were quite a number of Illyrians in the port. These unwelcome barbarian races that the natives of Greece referred to as bandits and pirates had actually appeared here in large numbers, and he was rather curious about it. The city of Odlum was also quite lively. The streets were filled with foreigners, Cretans, Corinth, Epirus, Kikians. There were many merchants from the Peloponnesus Peninsula. However, Callissippus was not surprised. After all, the vast territory, large population, and rich resources of the kingdom of Dionia provided a huge business opportunity for Greek merchants. These greedy merchants flocked to Odlum, and Odlum was the nearest town of Dionia to Greece. The largest number of shops in the city was actually a carriage house. Callissippus immediately understood that Odlum had gradually formed a vague impression in the minds of the Greeks of the eastern Mediterranean. It was the first town for Greeks from the eastern Mediterranean to travel by land to the center of Dionia, Thurii, or other places. It was also cheap to take a carriage here, probably because the Messapian region was also rich in horses. Callissippus hired a carriage from the carriage house in the city and went to the city of Tarentum. The coachman was a Messapian and he was not very talkative. However, under Callissippus's intentional questioning, he gave a lot of information. At first, when it was annexed by Dionia, the Messapians of Odlum resisted the rule of Dionia. One of the coachman's relatives died in a riot. However, the swords and spears of the Dionia soldiers made them suffer. The people of Odlum gradually changed their ways and chose to resist in silence. Even when the governor of Odlum, Nicomachus, who was appointed by Dionia, announced that according to the laws of Dionia, the tribes will be abolished and the people of Odlum will be given individual independence, they were only skeptical, waiting to see the people of Dionia make a fool of themselves. Although Odlum had a small population, according to the laws of Dionia that Nicomachus mentioned, each person would be given 5 acres of land. Odrum's land was so small and barren that it would not be enough. However, the short-sighted people of Odlum did not expect that the governor would really give them land, not barren mountains, but plains not far from Odlum. Those lands used to belong to other city-states, but now under the unified rule of the kingdom of Dionia, they belonged to Odlum. For the first time, the people of Odlum felt the benefits of joining Dionia. Then the second benefit came. All Messapians who become citizens of Dionia will be exempted from taxes for 2 years in a row. In addition, the governor Nicomachus also told them, "For those who don't know how to farm, don't worry. The Ministry of Agriculture will send specialized personnel to teach them. If anyone's family doesn't have enough labor, they can go to the newly established Christoia Bank in the city to get a loan, and then go to Tarentum to buy slaves with farming experience." Tarentum was the mortal enemy of the Messapians. When the two sides met, they would only fight to the death. Now, it was actually under the rule of Dionia. The Messapians did not understand the meaning of a free city and thought that Tarentum had been completely integrated into Dionia. Chapter 631. After the others tried to go to Tarentum, the people of Odrum felt the third benefit of joining Dionia. However, the benefits that Dionia gave to Odrum were endless. Nicomachus announced that he would build a road for Odrum that would connect to Udir. Building a road was something that the people of Odrum had always dreamed of, but could it be done? While the people of Odrum were still in doubt, the officials of the road department of Dionia had already started to build a road outside Odrum with the duchy soldiers and prisoners of war. Just as the people of Odlum were pleasantly surprised to see the smooth road extending westward along the rugged terrain, Nicomachus once again announced that he would expand the port and make use of Odlum's unique geographical advantage to prosper Odlum's sea trade. This time, the people of Odrum did not just stand there and watch. Instead, they actively joined in the construction of the port. The city of Odrum, which had been silent for 100 years, had undergone tremendous changes in just 2 to 3 years. The people of Odrum were no longer the fishermen from a remote fishing village that the other Masapi city-states used to despise. Odrum had become a famous port town in the eastern part of Dionia. Therefore, when Nicomachus' term of office was over and he was about to leave, the people in the city had completely forgotten about the anger and abuse they gave him when he first arrived. Instead, they lined up in a long queue to send him off. The city council unanimously agreed to erect a statue of Nicomachus in the town square so that the people of Odrum would always remember his name and everything he had done for Odrum. Karasopskov's expression gradually became solemn as he listened. From the words of the coachman, he could feel that the people of Odrum had acknowledged the kingdom of Dionia. If Odrum was like that, would the other towns of Masapi and Pacheti be like that as well? The strength of the kingdom of Dionia had put pressure on Sparta, and Dionia's strong ability to assimilate the indigenous people terrified Kallisops even more. He was puzzled and uneasy about whether Sparta's act of sheltering the Masapi and Pacheti nobles who had escaped from this area was useful or not. On the other hand, the coachman whom Callisthorpes was interested in talked about how much he liked rugby. He also said that Callisthorpes was lucky. If it wasn't for the tourists suspending the rugby finals these 2 days, forcing him to return from tourists temporarily, Callisthorpes would not have been able to get on his carriage. Except for the first part of the road, which was not easy to walk on, the rest of the road was flat and wide. The carriage sped all the way, and before noon, they had already arrived outside the city. The coachman had to stop here for a while to feed the horses and restore their strength. Thorpes could also eat something to fill his stomach. Upon entering the city, he found that there was a sentry post every few steps in the city, and there were heavily armed soldiers patrolling everywhere. Callisthorpes was shocked, thinking that the people of Judea were rioting because it was rumored that Judea had launched many riots in the past few years. However, after listening to the coachman's explanation, he realized that was not the case. It turned out that the Judea team was unexpectedly eliminated in the first round of the rugby finals of the Kingdom of Dionia, and they were defeated by the weak Jugentum. When the news spread back to Judea, the people regarded it as a great shame. Not only did they angrily insult and reprimand the players, but they also went to restaurants in groups to drown their sorrows in alcohol. When they were drunk, they made excuses to cause trouble in the city, and there were even several incidents of injuries. Judea's inspection office had to closely monitor the whole city to prevent any more injuries. The coachman could not explain to Callisthorpes clearly why the people of Judea would care so much about winning or losing a game. He just said that the Judea team had always been like this in the Masapi region. Not only were their actions rough, they often committed fouls, and they did not accept the referee's decisions. Therefore, the other Masapi teams now did not like to play against Judea. In fact, the reason why the people of Judea attached so much importance to rugby was that, as the former center of the Kingdom of Masapi and the largest city-state of the Masapi Union, Judea had the fiercest resistance after it was occupied by the people of Dionia. At the time, the governor of Judea, Myron, had severely suppressed it. At the most serious time, Myron had demanded that the army be stationed in the city, and everyone must stay at home during the day and not go out on the streets. This state of resistance lasted for a year before they gradually began to accept the rule of Dionia. As a result, When the people of Judea came into contact with the outside world, they found that the surrounding towns of Massapi had long obeyed the rule of Dionia and had long received benefits from the kingdom. With the vigorous development of maritime trade, they began to get rid of the hat of poverty and gradually became rich. Judea, which was located inland and used to be the dominant city-state of Massapi for its fertile and vast land and large population, had become less important. In the following year's rugby finals, the players of Judea, who participated in the game for the first time, won one game after another with a strong fighting spirit inspired by disappointment and unwillingness. Finally, after entering the top 8, they met the team of Turii, and the two sides had a fierce game. In the game, 3 players of Judea were injured, 1 was sent off the field, and 1 Turii player was seriously injured. In the end, the Turii team won by a narrow point. The Dionia Rugby Union also changed some of its rules because of this game, stricter penalties for fouls in the game. The players of Judea returned to their hometown dejectedly, but they were warmly welcomed by the people, who praised them for playing with the blood of the people of Massapi, and let the people of Dionia know the power of Judea's warriors. From then on, the people of Judea began to be obsessed with rugby and poured their feelings into it, seeing it as a tool to show the unyielding spirit of the people of Dionia. Therefore, this time the team of Judea failed in the finals and was eliminated in the first round, which greatly stimulated the people of Judea. Calithorpes did not understand these deep reasons, but he felt that the people of Judea attached so much importance to the invention of rugby by the people of Dionia, which meant that they had already accepted the rule of Dionia, which made him a little depressed. Before coming, Agesilaus had specially given him the opportunity to learn about the situation of the Pacheti and the Massapi under the rule of Dionia, so he chose to take this route instead of taking a boat directly to Turii. But from what he had observed now, as time went on, the rule of Dionia in Massapi would only become more and more stable. Out of Judea, the carriage continued to speed northwest. A few hours later, they passed by Manduria, which was once the frontline fortress of the Massapi's invasion of Tarentum and was now the garrison of the 9th Legion of Dionia. After all, it was located in a place that was neither conducive to farming nor grazing. But the real camp of the 9th Legion was built on a plain not far from the north of Judea. The reason why it was built there was that it happened to be in the center of the Massapi region, convenient to gather the citizens of the towns of Massapi for training and mobilization, and also to monitor and deter the most restless Judea. But because it was not beside the main road, Calithorpes could not see it. At dusk, Calithorpes arrived at the city of Tarentum. Calithorpes had been to Tarentum several times. In his impression, this was also a sub-state of Sparta. Although it did not inherit the bravery of the Sparta people, it used to train the citizens a lot of times every year. The people of the city were still in a state of military readiness, but this time entering the city surprised him. Not only were there no soldiers patrolling on the top of the city wall, but the guards at the city gate were also disheveled and the inspection was not strict. Anyone who wanted to enter the city was almost allowed to enter with a wave of their hand. Calithorpes thought about it and quickly understood. Because Tarentum had become a free city of the kingdom of Dionia and its mortal enemy, the Massapi had also been conquered by Dionia, it was no longer in danger. Now that it was in the hinterland of Dionia, even the responsibility of defending the territory's security had been taken over by Dionia, so naturally its military readiness was lax. But the city of Tarentum was very lively. Even though it was already dusk, the streets were still crowded with people and carriages. On both sides of the road from the city to the port, there were shops, restaurants, brothels, row upon row, and travelers lingered here. As a transportation and trade hub in the east of Dionia, Tarentum was more prosperous than before. But Calithorpes had seen many young citizens of Tarentum going in and out of restaurants and brothels in groups, drunk on the streets, and sometimes cursing about the glory of Tarentum in the past, venting their dissatisfaction with Dionia, and even despising the cowardice of Sparta. Calithorpes had a helpless smile on his face. He understood that the people of Tarentum held a grudge against Sparta for abandoning them and eventually signing an alliance agreement with Dionia. But Calithorpes did not mind it too much. Instead, he felt a little regretful. Judging from the current state of life of the people of Tarentum, these citizens could only move their mouths and probably did not even know how to use a shield and spear. It would be difficult for them to resist Dionia's rule. Finally, Calithorpes arrived at the port. When he was in Sparta, Calithorpes had learned that there were specialized sea ferry terminals in the port of Tarentum. Cargo ships loaded with goods and passengers would depart from these terminals without interruption. Within a few hours, they could reach other coastal cities in the Taranto Bay. Of course, the main destination was Thurii. Calithorpes quickly boarded a passenger ship that went straight to Thurii. Chapter 632. He could not help but sigh. The people of Dionia had completely turned the Taranto Bay into their inner lake. The cities and towns of Dionia in the bay were closely connected through short-distance shipping. What he did not know was that there was another reason why the Taranto Bay was so prosperous and lively. The problem of pirates that the merchants of other cities in the Mediterranean were most worried about did not exist here at all. The warships belonging to the First Fleet in the Castellan and Tarentum military ports patrolled the bay every day, maintaining order in the bay and ensuring the safety of the ships. Just as Callissos was comparing the busy scene in the bay with the port of Pyrrheves in Athens, Kinagarada's second son, Dicaeocrate, received an urgent notice from the Ministry of Military Affairs and the approval of Commander Alexis. He rode madly from Downey, changing horses several times at the courier stations along the way, and finally arrived at the military port of Tarentum at dusk. The military port of Tarentum was the garrison of the main force of the First Fleet of Dionia. When Tarentum was forced to become a free city of Dionia, the Navy commander Thecelian requested the opening of a new military port on the grounds that the Dionysian fleet was growing larger and larger because they had obtained too many warships in the southern Italian war, and Thurii military port could no longer accommodate it. He suggested that the military port should be located in the main port of Tarentum, because it was indeed a good natural port. Devers readily agreed. Of course, the issue he considered was not only military convenience. Not only could the Navy monitor and deter the previously capricious city-state nearby, but Tarentum, as an old maritime power, had a large number of skilled and experienced sailors and fishermen. They would be an excellent source of soldiers for the Navy. By training them and letting them accept the culture and political ideas of Dionia, they could in turn influence the people of Tarentum. In the face of Dionia's request, Tarentum reluctantly agreed to hand over the western part of the port to the Navy of Dionia. After all, it had been abandoned for a long time. As the Navy moved in, the land west of the port to the east of Metapontum gradually came under the ownership of the First Fleet. The people of Tarentum had suffered heavy casualties in the southern Italian war, and there were not enough people to take care of the land near the border. Coupled with the clever pressure from the Devers, this part of the land was allocated to the sailors of the First Fleet station there, including a large number of civilian sailors of Tarentum who joined the First Fleet. Currently, there were 153 decker or warships and other warships of various sizes in the military port, totaling about 230 warships. Including the 53 decker or warships and other warships in the military port of Castellan, the First Fleet had more than 350 warships, firmly suppressing the other three fleets and becoming the strongest fleet in the Dionian Navy. However, even if the number of ships of the First Fleet was large, there was still enough space in the military port of Tarentum to build a dry dock to accommodate more warships, which showed how large the military port was. Moreover, the sea in the port was also wide enough for some small-scale training to be held directly in the port. This had also become a scene in the port, and people of Tarentum often stopped by the shore to watch. After Dicaeocrate showed Alexis's letter of identification to the guard, he was allowed to enter. However, the waiting time at the military port was a little long. There was clearly an empty clipper at the dock next to it, so why did he have to wait here? Dicaeocrate was a little annoyed. It was only when he boarded the ship that someone came out of the cabin and explained to him, "I'm really sorry. A batch of supplies has just been transferred from the military port of Castellan to be urgently transported to Downey. The personnel in the military port are busy with this matter, so it took up some of your time. Transporting supplies to the front line is an important matter for the kingdom. Mine is just a small matter. As soon as Dicarocrat saw that it was him, he immediately understood why the ship was late. He hurriedly said respectfully, "And Sir Cecilian, you came personally to see me off. I really don't know how to express my gratitude." Cecilian was once the commander of the Ionian navy. During the Southern Italian War, he led the fleet to defeat the Syracuse navy that dominated the western Mediterranean Sea 3 times. Thus, he controlled the seas at the eastern end of Greece and Sicily. He played a key role in Ionia's final defeat of Syracuse. He was a hero worshipped by the people of Ionia. After the war, as the territory of Ionia expanded, the fleet that had become huge was divided into 4 by the Devers. The first fleet was stationed in Tarentum to protect the maritime safety of the Taranto Bay. The second fleet was stationed in the Catania Plains to protect the maritime safety of Ionia in Sicily. The third fleet was stationed in Trine to protect the maritime rights of Ionia in the Tyrrhenian Sea. The fourth fleet was based in Brindisi to protect the kingdom of Ionia's territories in the Adriatic Sea. However, the Devers did not appoint Cecilian as the commander of the Ionian navy. Instead, he was appointed as the commander of the First Fleet. Although the strength of the First Fleet had long surpassed that of the Ionian navy, it was still a demotion to be demoted from the commander of the First Fleet. However, at the same time, the Devers proposed to the Senate that Cecilian be elected as the elder statesman of Ionia. This was a great promotion for Cecilian's political status. He also became the second young statesman under the age of 30 after Henopolis. Moreover, after the navy was disbanded, the Devers also removed the position of the commander of the navy. Therefore, Cecilian did not have much of a complaint. Cecilian went to Tarentum and stayed there for 10 years. Except for important matters, he rarely returned to Thurii to attend the usual Senate meetings. The young hero of the past was now middle-aged and had lost his youthful arrogance. At this time, he said to Dicarocrat with a gentle expression, "I'm also going to attend your father's funeral. I can go with you." Dicarocrat's heart ached at the mention of his deceased father. It was the regret of his life that he could not be by his father's side before his death. "How's the progress of the battle in Downey?" Cecilian asked casually. "It's going well. We've taken down the cities of Herdonia and Ascurum. Our army is approaching the central city of Downey, Lusnia. We're preparing to besiege it. Judging from the current situation, the other Downey tribe and towns don't seem to be sending reinforcements to Lusnia city. I reckon that this war will end before the end of the year," Dicarocrat said excitedly as he talked about the war he had participated in. Hearing this good news, Cecilian sighed. "It's still better to command the army on land." After the Southern Italian War, the kingdom of Ionia was not always peaceful. The 3 wars it launched to conquer Mashapi, Pacetti, and Downey were not small. However, these wars took place near Ionia, and the enemy's fleet was too weak. There was no need for the First Fleet to defend the core waters of Ionia. As a result, Cecilian could not participate in the battlefield for the past 10 years. How could he not feel regretful? When Dicarocrat arrived at his home in Thurii, his elder brother Sostatus and his family had already prepared for the funeral. As Kinigarada's wife had died young, his eldest daughter and 2 daughters-in-law followed the Greek custom of hundreds of years. They washed his body, smeared it with perfume, and dressed him in luxurious clothes. Sostatus also built a large wooden shed in front of his house. He placed Kinigarada's body on a bed covered with herbs and placed a silver coin in his mouth so that his soul could pay for the ferry fare. After the mourning hall and coffin were set up, it was time for Ionia's unique funeral custom to begin. The scepter priest of the Temple of Hades, Plazines, led a group of priests, and saintesses to the mourning hall and began to sing a hymn, praying for him to enter Elysium as soon as possible. Usually, only the priests or priests of Hades would attend funerals. Since Kunigarada's identity and status were different, there was no need for the Devers to instruct him. Plesinas personally brought the main staff of the main temple of Hades. The next day, Kunigarada's immediate family, including his son-in-law Helos, wore black veils and solemnly guarded the coffin. Even his daughter and daughters-in-law had cut their hair in accordance with the custom to express their grief. Early in the morning, the Devers brought Christoia, Agnes, Cynthia, Clodocatax, and the other children to the morning hall. They laid a wreath of pomegranate leaves for Kunigarada's body and led the family to solemnly pay their respects and sing the hymn of Hades. After comforting Kunigarada's relatives, the Devers and his family walked out of the morning hall. They washed their hands and faces with a few large jars of clean water placed outside the hall before leaving. After the king and Devers left, the number of people who came to pay their respects increased. Chapter 633. Apart from those who had important matters to attend to, such as Alexis, who was leading the army in the battle at Downey, most of the senators, even those who served as governors in other places, rushed to Kunigarada's funeral hall to pay their respects. Many of the kingdom's middle and lower-level officials also came to mourn. Most of them were the citizens of Turin. Back then, Kunigarada had given his all to help the Turin citizens who had lost their homes and burned down their city. For more than half of the following 10 years, Kunigarada had been the governor of this city. For Turin to have its current prosperity, Kunigarada had contributed a lot. How could the citizens not remember his kindness? Therefore, on this day, the citizens of Turin did not discuss football games excitedly, nor did they go to the restaurants to drink. Instead, there was an endless stream of people paying their respects outside the funeral hall. Although everyone looked sorrowful and solemn, there was almost no scene of them crying. It was relatively quiet. This was different from other Greek city-states. In other city-states, the families of the deceased would even hire professional mourners to add a sad atmosphere to the funeral. According to the divine book of Hades, the souls of the deceased of Dionia could enter Elysium according to their performance during their lifetime. It was a beautiful paradise, and entering it was to enjoy happiness, not to suffer. Therefore, the relatives and worshippers did not need to be overly sad. Otherwise, it would be like cursing the deceased to enter purgatory. The funeral ceremony lasted for a day, and the next morning, Kunigarada's funeral began. The relatives placed Kunigarada's body in a wooden coffin. There were also some offerings placed in the coffin for his last journey to the underworld and Elysium. The wooden coffin was placed on a carriage pulled by 4 black horses. The relatives wore black muslin and guarded the carriage as it slowly moved forward. Behind the carriage, led by the Devers, were members of the royal family, high-ranking officials of the kingdom, senators, and their families. All of them wore black muslin and had solemn expressions. The people who came after hearing the news consciously lined up at the back, gradually forming a long line that could not be seen at the end. This forced the inspection office of Turin to send more people to maintain order. The funeral procession was specially equipped with a dozen flute players and trumpeters. They played solemn and slightly melancholy elegies, rendering the entire funeral procession solemn and mysterious. In front of the carriage, Plesinas and a dozen black-robed priests silently sang the hymn of Hades and sprinkled water on the street. They led the funeral procession to the foot of the hill of Hades. 8 palace guards in armor lifted the wooden coffin and walked steadily to a small temple next to the temple of Hades. This was the temple of Thanatos, the god of death, the god of Hades. It was built after the Southern Italian War. There was an incinerator in front of the temple. The guards put the wooden coffin in the incinerator, and the priests began to pour olive oil through the pipes around the incinerator. The relatives of Kunigarada, such as Sostatus and Dicaeocrat, were mournful. The others also bowed their heads and prayed silently. Only the Devers in white robes walked to the incinerator, opened his arms, and shouted to the sky, "The great Hades, citizen Kunigarada of Dionia, has returned to the underworld today." I am your devout subject, and I beg you to grant him the blessings he deserves in death based on what he did in life." After that, he took the torch from Plesines and threw it into the incinerator. As the fire burned, dozens of Sanuses sang in unison. Their light, singing voice resounded through the hill, washing away the sadness in the hearts of the people. The wooden coffin turned into ashes amidst the singing, but the funeral was not over. The relatives of Kunigarata took out the bones that had not completely melted from the ashes, wrapped them in newly made linen cloth, and placed them in urns. The Devers also told the people who came to attend the funeral about the great contributions that Kunigarata had made to the kingdom of Daionia. At the same time, they announced that the bronze bust of Kunigarata would be placed in the pantheon of the Hades temple, and that he would live with the kingdom of Daionia. The urns of his ashes would be placed in the temple of death to be protected by the underworld. With these two things completed, the funeral was finally over. When the elders and officials bid farewell to their relatives, they no longer comforted them, but congratulated them. Before this, the elders had also attended the funeral of Scambras and Bagalipi. However, not only did Kunigarata's funeral have the largest number of people, but he also enjoyed the highest honor after his death. To place his ashes in the pantheon of death, only citizens who were loyal to the kingdom, diligent throughout their lives, and had made enough contributions could enjoy it. It was even more difficult to enter the pantheon of death. Only those who had made great contributions to Daionia, or even affected the development of the entire kingdom. After entering the pantheon of death, they would have to write a biography for him, so that his name would be passed down to the future generations. It could be said to be the highest honor. Since the establishment of Daionia, there was only one Heraclide for more than 10 years. Now, there was also Kunigarata. For the elders and officials, Kunigarata's funeral had become a goal that they envied and worked hard for. This was what the Devers hoped for. For the ordinary people, they did not have such a big goal. Their biggest hope was to be cremated in the main pantheon of Hades after their death. This was because the cremation of corpses was usually carried out in the ordinary pantheon of Hades. Only citizens who had made great contributions could apply for the right to be cremated in the main pantheon of Hades. The people who approved the application were not the Senate, but the group of priests in the pantheon of Hades. The final decision was in the hands of the Devers, because he was not only the king, but also the high priest of the kingdom. He was the descendant of Hades in the eyes of the people. However, under normal circumstances, he would let the group of priests led by Plesines make the decision, and he would only need to look at it in the end. Only the death of an important person in the kingdom would require him to decide whether the person was qualified to enter the Hall of Valhalla, the pantheon of death, and the prison of the wicked. After the funeral of Kunigarata, the football finals continued, and everything seemed to return to the past. Only the senators felt the subtle changes. The rotating president of the Senate was added to the list of candidates, and his seat was moved forward to the center of the front row of the hall. When Daionia was first established, the position of the rotating president of the Senate was held by the senators in turn. It was only to maintain order in the hall, and it did not have any real power. After the Southern War, the Devers became the king. With the reason that there were too many new senators and they were not familiar with the operation of Daionia's political system, he no longer let all the senators take the rotating president position. Instead, he appointed a few senators to take turns to take the position, which was usually changed every 10 days. At the same time, he also asked the Senate to give more responsibilities to the rotating president, making them responsible for organizing every Senate meeting, and the main topics of every meeting would be decided by the king and the Devers and the rotating president. When the Devers attended the meeting, he had to pass down the order to ensure that the meeting was carried out according to the king's wishes. When the Devers were absent, he had the power to ensure that the meeting went smoothly, and he could even command the guards to drive away the senators who interfered with the meeting. He only needed to report the results of the meeting to the Devers after the meeting. Because of the increased power of the rotating president, This position became an important symbol to measure the status of a senator in the Senate. Before this, the rotating presidents of the Senate of Dionia were Cunigarata, Cornelis, Sidorum, Vespa, and Lucius. Now, Cunigarata had passed away, and Antares had filled the vacancy. In addition, there was another change. When Laodigian and other senators committed dereliction of duty, some officials from Naxos, Sicily, and Catanae were also involved in this matter and were investigated. They were all recommended by the senators who committed the crime, so the Devers took this opportunity to rage in the Senate. He believed that the reason why the kingdom's civil servants management board failed to do a good job in selecting the middle and lower officials was because the Senate was too influenced by the other senators, so they could not select the officials fairly. And the appointment of the middle and lower officials should not have been handled by the Senate. When the League was first established, the Civil Servants Management Board's responsibility was to draft the candidates of the civil servants in the cities of the League. Finally, the Devers would sign off on the candidates. However, the candidates on the list would be read in the Senate every time, so the senators would be informed. Sometimes they would raise objections to some of the candidates, and the board would make some adjustments based on their opinions. The Devers did not obstruct too much because the Devers controlled the Senate, so everything was under his control. In recent years, with the expansion of the territory and the increase of officials, the Devers spent half of their time in the palace to deal with political affairs, so they could not control the board as strictly as before. This time, the Devers requested that the office of the Civil Servants Management Board be moved to the palace, and that the appointment of officials should no longer be discussed in the Senate. Of course, some senators objected, but he quietly threatened that he was considering whether to let Sesta investigate the officials in other cities of the kingdom, to avoid a series of dereliction of duty cases like the one in Sicily. In the end, the Devers' proposal was passed, and the board moved to the second floor of the palace. The day after Cunigarata's funeral, Calypsos was received by the Devers. As for Sparta's request to renew the alliance for another 10 years, Divers and the Senate did not have much of a debate and agreed to this request. Chapter 634. After the 10-year alliance agreement was signed again, Callippus mentioned in a private conversation with the Devers that Sparta's Council of Elders was worried and dissatisfied with Dionia's frequent wars in Apulia. The Devers responded, "Apulia's affairs belong to the Western Mediterranean. According to the covenant, Sparta doesn't need to worry about it at all." Even during the later stages of the Corinth War, Thebes and Corinth's emissaries came to Thurii, hoping that Dionia could intervene in the war and prevent the foreign Persia from using Sparta to control Greece. However, Dionia strictly abided by the covenant and refused their request. Many Greek citizens in the kingdom were very dissatisfied with the fact that Sparta, their ally, actually submitted to Persia, their former enemy, and listened to their Bulsh*T treaty. Moreover, Sparta drowned Mandinia and destroyed a Greek city-state with cruel means, committing atrocities similar to what Dionysius, the tyrant of Sicily, had done. This made the people of Dionia very angry. However, the Senate of Dionia had repeatedly rejected the request of many senators to condemn and punish Sparta at the senators' assembly at the end of the year. Dionia has strictly abided by the covenant and respected Sparta for the past 10 years. After signing the covenant this year, we will continue to abide by the content of the covenant. We hope that the 18th Congress can also strictly abide by the content of the covenant and handle the relationship between the two countries, especially the issue of accepting the indigenous people who escaped from Apulia. Please reconsider and deal with it carefully. Dionia keeps its promise, but it will also treat the city-states that violate its promise as enemies. The words of the Devers made Callippus feel ashamed and shocked. He immediately said solemnly, "Your Majesty, Sparta cherishes the friendship between the two countries, so they took the initiative to send me to renew the covenant. Sparta will continue to abide by the requirements of the covenant as before, and peace will always be maintained between the Eastern and Western Mediterranean." Only one day after Callippus left, Thurii welcomed Carthage's emissary Ocradon. He did not come to renew the covenant, but to protest. Carthage protested that Dionia had violated the covenant, this time by waging war against the Psyche, a free force in Sicily. They demanded that Dionia immediately stop this foolish action that destroyed the peaceful environment of Sicily. Dionia's Senate refuted Carthage's request. They presented facts, presented evidence, and reasoned with Carthage's emissary. They told Dionia that it was not Dionia who wanted to invade Psyche, but the Tannic tribe of Psyche who conspired to disturb Dionia and harm Dionia. For this reason, Dionia had already put Laodigian and a few other Sicilian senators on trial. At the same time, they had also arrested many of the kingdom's officials. Of course, they would also seek revenge on the culprit of this incident. This was the punishment that the Tannic tribe deserved for provoking Dionia. Dionia's firm rejection of Carthage's protest caused Ocradon to return empty-handed. A few days later, in Carthage's Senate, the Carthage senators had a heated debate on this matter. Lord Hanno, now that the people of Dionia refused to stop the war against Psyche, what measures do you have to deal with this matter? Otherwise, if we don't take any action, the weak Psyche tribe will not be able to withstand the Dionysian army for more than a few days. Senator Predicuba stood up and asked. Hanno looked coldly at the senator, who questioned him. Ever since Maganid was removed from his position as the governor of Sicily, he did not return to Carthage. Instead, he angrily led a group of mercenaries to Iberia. The Maganid family's leading figure in the Senate, and even in Carthage, became Predicuba. He was a distant relative of Maganid, but he was much more cunning than Maganid. In the past few years, he had caused some trouble for Hanno in controlling the Senate. There was no need for Hanno to reply. Another elected senator, Sufit Pantarak, had already taken over the conversation and said, this matter was caused by the Psyche Tannic tribe provoking Dionia first. It is understandable that Dionia would punish them. What we should do now is to constantly monitor this war and prevent Dionia from using this opportunity to expand their war, thereby harming the interests of Carthage. Oh, you've given up on the Psyche tribe with such a simple statement? I still remember that it was you, Lord Hanno, who suggested to support the Tannic tribe and unite the Psyche tribe. Another Maganid senator, Sanapor, immediately mocked. Hanno looked at him with a displeased expression. Ecleidon immediately retorted, you people are really good at forgetting. Back then, the Tannic tribe came to Carthage in the name of former allies who fought alongside Himerco. They first found you people, and it was also you people who proposed to help the Tannic tribe in the Senate. Lord Hanno was merely following your wishes, hoping that the Tannic tribe's actions would help Carthage better control Sicily. However, he did not expect them to have the guts to provoke Dionia, and even more so, he did not expect that you people who had received Lord Hanno's support would accuse Lord Hanno instead. When Carthage led Himerco to attack Syracuse, he built the Tauromenian fortress as a gift to the Psyche tribe in order to win the Psyche tribe over to Syracuse. Thus, he formed an alliance with King Agilus of Psyche, who is the father of Arcones, the leader of the Terric tribe. However, after Himerco's defeat and suicide, and when Dionysius counterattacked Carthage's forces in Sicily, Agilus sided with Syracuse and was eventually murdered by Dionysius. Predicuba immediately changed the topic and put on a worried expression. Lord Hanno, Syracuse has suffered great losses in the past few years. Most of the Greek cities in Sicily are on good terms with Dionia. Not only do they often send messengers to attend the various celebrations of Dionia, some even send teams to participate in Dionia's rugby matches. Now that Dionia has taken control of the Psyche tribe, wouldn't the situation in Sicily return to the era of Dionysius? This is very disadvantageous to Carthage. Hanno looked at him coldly and suddenly said, Lord Predicuba, given the current situation in Sicily, what is your suggestion? Continue to support the Psyche tribe with gold, silver, and resources that are about to be destroyed? Or send the army to support the Psyche tribe? Since Dionia refuses to stop the war, we can only send the army to make them realize that Carthage will not only protest with words. "We are serious," Elder Santapoer said sternly. The elders were in an uproar. "That means war," Pantarak warned loudly. "Since Dionia is wantonly expanding their power in Sicily and refuses to listen to our Carthage's warning, then we will show them war." Santapoer waved his fist forcefully. Many elders exclaimed in surprise, and voices of debate arose. Hanno immediately became vigilant. He immediately realized that this was definitely the idea of the Maganid clan leader, who was thousands of miles away. He wanted to provoke a war between Dionia and Carthage, so that he could return to Carthage and gain control of the political situation. Thinking of this, Hanno suddenly stood up and shouted, "Does Carthage want to break the treaty and intervene in this war of Dionia to punish the Psychier tribe? Does he want to start a war with Dionia that might last for a long time and cause great losses? The Senate will now vote." Elders who agree to Pretacuba and Santapoer's suggestion to send the army to Sicily, please raise your hand. Other than a very small number of elders from the Maganid clan who raised their hands, the rest of the elders did not even hesitate. Over the past 10 years, the people of Carthage had followed Hanno's suggestion and shifted their target to the inland areas south of Carthage's territory, Namibia. This vast land was inhabited by many indigenous tribes, but there was no unified country or organization. The people of Carthage had used various methods such as direct military campaigns, bribing, and sowing discord to make Carthage control more than half of Namibia's land. The citizens of Carthage were also given a large amount of inland land and employed Namibians to farm. The wealth of the elders of Carthage had doubled, and Hanno's prestige in Carthage city had also doubled. The only thing that the people of Carthage were worried about was the occasional rebellion of the Namibians. For this reason, several troops formed by the citizens of Carthage rotated to be stationed in several important strongholds in Namibia. It was not only the majority of the elders who were unwilling to let the people of Carthage go to war with the powerful Dionia, but the citizens of Carthage were also unwilling. Compared to the people of Dionia and the Psychier people in the far east of Sicily, they were more concerned about the large increase in the land harvest in Namibia and the control of the numerous Namibian slaves and Namibian farmers. Hanno looked around at most of the silent elders and glanced at the few elders who supported the war. He had long foreseen such a strong advantage. If there were no sudden accidents, the people of Carthage would never be willing to go to war with Dionia. Margot's conspiracy would never be realized. Of course, Margot was now occupying that piece of Iberian land. He also felt a headache when he disobeyed the orders of the Senate of Carthage. At this time, Hanno reached into his bosom and took out a roll of paper. He held it high in his hand and said loudly, "This is a letter written to me by the king of Dionia himself." In the letter, he promised, "Dionia will always remember the covenant with Carthage. They will only punish the Tanibian tribe and will never expand their attack on the territories of other Psychier people. Please rest assured." In addition, he also asked me to consider the issue of renewing the covenant. As he said this, he handed the letter to the elder next to him.